Oh, and I'm live. I am looking at the wrong telephone. Let's restart that. How's everyone doing? For anyone who's watching this in the future, hello. How are you doing? I am Godless Sewing, and this is the Godless Sewing channel. Anyone out there? Hello, hello. Liz, how are you? How are you? Good old Portland, Oregon. I miss that place sometimes. All right, we'll give everyone a second to get in here. How's everyone doing? That thing's freaking out. There we go. There we go. So tonight I'm going to be showing off my trench cloak. I'm going to be talking about what am I going to be talking about? I'm going to be talking about all the fabric I have. I'm thinking about pulling out my my brother PE 535. I'm really thinking about pulling that thing out. Hey, how's it going? Butterfly on my wall. Liz, how's everyone doing? Another beautiful day. You know, butterfly on my wall. You got me going last week with your pockets, pockets, always pockets. And now I've been saying it all week. So from now on, my new motto is pockets, pockets, always pocket. I say this in my videos all the time, but I reach this weird point of should I turn the volume up on this? I reached this weird point of like I love the fabric. I love how everything looks, and I don't want to add the pockets. I don't know what it is. It's the strangest thing. It's happened to me lately because I've kind of been stepping outside of my comfort zone and looking for clothes that aren't necessarily something that I would wear. And then I fall in love with it and I'm like, oh, this design is amazing. But yeah, I have to add pockets. How is everyone doing tonight? I am moving. You know, it dawned on me that I actually have a space where I can put all of my stuff. So I was up there today, kind of navigating this space, and it's going to be work, but I'm moving. So I'm taking this this show on the road. It's going to take me forever to take this stuff out. And when I say forever, I mean like, you know, a couple of weeks. But I was sincerely thinking about pulling out my embroidery machine because it it's not working like it used to, and I don't know what I'm doing. It's a Brother PE 535, and in the sewing world, as far as Brother sewing machines are concerned, PE just means personal embroidery. That's all it means. But I got that machine a while ago. Under weird circumstance, somebody sent it to my house and never told me who they were. And it's been over a year and I'm still kind of creeped out. But I use the machine so much until it's basically not I don't know what's wrong with it. I defluffed it and everything. I took it apart. I just think it's used because I made a million patches with my embroidery machine. I mean, I covered everything I could in patches. So I have to I might pull that thing out in a little bit just to figure out what's wrong with it. We're not friends. And you know, I don't like having a broken machine, especially if I know how to fix it or if it's just from being jostled around this room so much. I don't know. You know what? That's a good question. Do they put pockets in on dresses? If anyone wants to hop on in, let me know and I'll throw the link in the chat. But it's still kind of early. I'm not necessarily somebody who wears dresses. Actually, someone asked me to make one, and I just naturally put pockets in it. But it was a jean. It was a long, long jean skirt. There we go. So recently, I added buttons on my trench cloak, and I also I'm in this really weird sweatshirt jacket phase, and I don't even know why. Hard to find. Yeah, I could imagine. Do you know what's funny? Because I make my own clothes, I do not necessarily have these issues all the time. I have a PE 300 is the cutest thing besides my. Oh, that's awesome. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me again. Butterfly on my wall. Oh, really quick. Um, Liz, let me know and I'll make you a dress with pockets because they're really easy. Even though I'm not a fan of pockets, it's the whole process of making pockets. Um, a PE 300. I want to Google that. How big is that? Because I find things all the time at thrift stores, and I walk past a lot of things that aren't readily. Oh, okay, okay. Do you know that's almost exactly the same as the PPE 535? Same body, same look, same everything. Hmm. Do you know, so with LCD screen sewing machines, no one thought that eventually those bulbs would burn out. I have quite a few sewing machines where the screens are burnt out. Actually, with that 1980s model that I'm obsessed with, I have the first Singer electronic sewing machine, and it's useless because the screen is burnt out. And it is the meaning of useless because I could sit there and hit buttons all day and it just randomly picks a stitch. So it's not necessarily something it's small. The cover is used for the table. The 535 is fairly large, but it I don't know. I am so disappointed that that machine is not working right now. I guess I got spoiled being able to make my own patches that I did something to that machine because again, it came brand new, which I'm still weirdly creeped out because someone sent it to my house and I still do not know who. But I've really put some miles on that thing. Speaking of which, I recently fixed my Husqvarna Viking. My Emerald 116 is from 2019 and it wasn't throwing down stitches at all anymore. It was just throwing off everything. All I did was take the bobbin plate, the bobbin cover off. I defluffed it. I took the side cover off, which I would not recommend unless you know what you're doing. I shot it with an air hose and it's like a brand new machine, you know? I got lucky because my Husqvarna Viking is an absolute workhorse. I use that thing for everything. It's so ironic. I am the shrub who is sitting in a room literally filled with sewing machines. And my Husqvarna Viking like died on me last week. And I remember thinking, what am I gonna do? I knew it. I literally just had to look to my right and pick a sewing machine. But it made me laugh because the machine I use every day kind of pooped out on me. Yeah, still to this day, it's a mystery of who sent me that Brother PE 535. I made a whole video about it. I look back at my videos from a year ago and I kind of laugh because I was trying really, really hard in that video. And it's an awesome video. I made a bunch of Pulp Fiction references, but no, I don't know who sent that to my house. And you know what? Like, I'm down to be friends. You don't even have to be a stalker. You can get to know me and see that you probably wouldn't want to be with me anyways, you know? So if you're out there being a creepy stalker and sending stuff to my house, just know I'm not that cool. I wish I had that talent. I don't make clothes to save my life. You know, making clothes is kind of something that I fell into because I have a weird torso and I got tired of having to buy shirts a size bigger because I have a weird torso and it made me look 10 times skinnier than I really am. So, making my own clothes really has really come about in the past like 3 or 4 years. And as time goes on, it's easier and easier. And I won't even lie, when I first found certain patterns, they were intimidating, but now, as the saying goes, I feel like I can make anything. Which brings me to the next phase I feel like I'm going to fall into. How does everyone feel about overalls? I own quite a few pairs of overalls and coveralls. I have the entire spectrum covered, but I was thinking about getting into making overalls. I watched this YouTuber and she was saying how one day she kind of fell into making overalls and like 10 years later she's still making overalls. And there's been quite a few suggestions to make overalls, and I think I'm gonna start making them because I have enough coveralls, like literally for a baseball team. What do you guys think, though? Should I make overalls? Oh, that's great, Godless Sewing. I have a Husqvarna Viking Designer SE that has the flashing lights of death, and I took it apart and sent it off. And the other motherboard and power boards that have the capacitors replaced. That's really good to know, butterfly on my wall. That's really good to know. I need because I want to bring that Singer sewing machine back to life because it was hardly touched, but because of its age, when I plugged it in, man, that screen lasted about 2 or 3 hours because I was sewing. If it works, I'm gonna make something on it to test it, especially if it works, fresh out the box, so to speak, or from the thrift store. So I'm highly disappointed that that Singer is just kind of sitting there. I definitely am thinking I'm definitely thinking about bringing overalls back. I grew up in the late 80s and the early 90s, and it was still in style to wear all denim, and I have not grown out of that phase. I won't even lie though. Sometimes I feel extra hillbilly because I live in Southern California, and I don't realize how country my clothes are until I walk into a store. And people look at me like, what century did this guy crawl out of? Especially with my cowboy hat on. With my cowboy hat on, people think I'm like 20 years older than what I really am. I get the strangest reaction. But to dispel any myths, there's actually quite a few cowboys in Southern California. There's ranches everywhere, and all of Central California is farmland. Basically, from Sacramento all the way to Bakersfield. So there's tons of cowboys in California. Oh, there's my heater. Alexa, 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 what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 48 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, it's winter in California. 48 is freezing for people in California. There we go. Do you know what the sad thing is, Liz? Like, I had overalls that were striped. I had these weird ones that had stars on them. I had cross color overalls that were green, orange, red, black, blue. It was a bright time. They tried to bring color back to the earth in the 90s. Did it work? I do not necessarily know. Oh, Monday night. So, I have a question since Liz and Butterfly My Wall are in the chat. Do either one of you have a Hobby Lobby in your town? And I'm a non-political person. I Googled it and I was like, oof, that's not why I'm asking. I'm asking because I have not been in Hobby Lobby in quite a few years. And I went crazy. I went a little crazy. Do you know the YouTube chat is way faster than the StreamYard chat, so it takes me a second. In the late 70s, in the high desert of California, we wore Levi's 501s, white painter pants. Oh, and I missed the painter pants. You would love my wardrobe. Butterfly My Wall, you would love my wardrobe. I still rock white painter's pants. I still rock them. I was before I got the position I have now, I was a painter for a very long time. I remember that drive. There was so much farmland on that drive. I don't recommend the 23 California. You know what's so funny? People have this view of California and then they get here and it's mainly farmland. But most states are like that, you know. As human beings, we live in clumps. We in our heads we think we live in this giant civilization, but we live in certain parts of society. Oh, I still rock my painter pants. I have a whole outfit depending on what I'm going to do for the day at my job is how I'm going to dress. If I'm going to be painting, I'll show up wearing all white. If I'm going to be getting really dirty, I have my are these still coveralls? I have a Captain America patch on the back of one of my coveralls. It is so dirty. It just looks like a giant dirt patch. Oh yeah. Excuse me. I wear green when I have to sit on the tractor or weed whack. Yeah. I love work clothes because you know, fashion and function at the same time. I like that. Which reminds me of like it's so ironic that I don't like sewing pockets on things because I love the pockets in my vests. Especially because I lost my cell phone clip lately, so I'm really rocking the pockets. All right. Liz says, God, let's tell me we do have a Hobby Lobby, but it's far away. It's in the art shops. Oh, Portland, Oregon is very artsy fartsy, though. I forgot about that. Portland, Oregon is super artsy fartsy. When I lived there, the big victory was that Walmart couldn't be within Portland city limits, which just meant that I couldn't get certain things for a decent price. I forgot. Well, that's the one thing I respect about Portland, Oregon is that they were really down home and they were about like, you know, at least back then. Like I always say, the Portland, Oregon I lived in. Wow. That was 18 or 19 years ago I lived there. So there's a list of things that I go looking for because I do resell certain things, and Levi's 501s are high on that list, and they resell really quick. There's a store, I talk about it all the time. There's a store in Hollywood where you walk in and it is bales, I mean giant bales of denim. And they come in with a forklift and they just drop it on the floor. And you can buy a whole bale if you have a car or something that can actually cart that thing away. I haven't gone there in a while because I go absolutely crazy. Last time I went, I bought over 200 pounds of denim, which doesn't seem like a lot, but when I got it in my truck, I could feel the difference. That's Walmart is far away by design in Oregon. I know that for a fact because I needed certain medication, and Walmart always has the cheapest pharmacies, and they are far away from the city. Far away. So I don't know what I've actually built up um a really weird collection of like 2 to 3 yards of fabric besides the 4 yards I have under here from Hobby Lobby. And the whole reason I bring up Hobby Lobby is because it's a lot. Butterfly on my wall. It is it's because I made this chair from it. I had that denim forever. I had that denim. I made so much stuff from that denim. It's not even funny. Yeah, 200 pounds of denim is a lot. And the reason I even know it was 200 pounds is because they weighed it. And it wasn't that expensive. Still today, that's why I call it the $2 store. Because it was basically like a buck a pound or like, 50 cents to the pound. It was something that was semi-affordable. Yeah. But just like Portland, Hollywood has changed. I won't go down there unless I have like 2 or 3 of my buddies that are 10 times bigger than me. Because Hollywood, I would go to downtown LA by myself before I would go to Hollywood. That's how much LA has changed. It's really sad because some of the greatest fabric stores and thrift stores on earth are in Hollywood, California. I need to Google that place. So I walked into Hobby Lobby and I first I don't know. Butterfly on my wall, you mentioned in the chat after in my video about how you didn't necessarily like Christmas. I am not a fan of Christmas. Liz, are you a fan of Christmas? I'm not necessarily one of those people who loves Christmas. I do all the pomp and circumstance for my kid. And the day he tells me he's no longer into Christmas, I'm out of there. So I do not necessarily like the crowds. And that was the first thing I noticed in Hobby Lobby where they had long, long lines. So when I walked in, I was like, okay, I'm going to peruse a little bit. But then I did the far end of the entire store and I wandered into the fabric section. Oh my gosh. And so a while ago, I used to watch The Walking Dead. I don't know if anyone ever watched The Walking Dead. As a grown man, it is still to this day the only television show or movie that gave me nightmares. I love that show. I watched it every week. Still to this day, I laugh because I'd have the most intricate dreams. It's just because that show was a psychological nightmare because it spoke less about zombies and more about how horrible humans are. So, I saw something that made me laugh, and then I went through the stage of, huh, Well, I'm gonna buy it. I bought the cliche Daryl Dixon wings for my vest. I don't know if they'll translate on camera. Let's see if you can see it. Oh, my cord is caught up. For those who don't know, Daryl Dixon was a character in The Walking Dead. Let me take my glasses off. Can you see it? I don't know if you can see it, but I added wings to my godless sewing vest because I watch entirely too much television. But it made me laugh because I for the longest time I was like, those are so cliche, and then I saw them on a TV show and I was like, oh, those are kind of cool. But that's the beautiful thing about a vest is that I can add on or take off anything I want on this thing. Hollywood is I don't know if any downtown major area is what it used to be. Christmas is not necessarily my thing. Hey, considering I'm not into Christmas, I'm more into Halloween. I try to get into Christmas spirit every year because I have really young nieces and nephews. I usually make Christmas things for them. I'm the same way. I'm in it for everybody else. I'm not necessarily into the Christmas spirit too much. So what's going on where you guys are? It's the same old crazy drama over here. Nothing too serious. But my whole reason for ranting about Hobby Lobby is because I got all this cool fabric. So now I'm kind of wondering what I should do with it. You know? I'm looking for ideas. I'm thinking about overalls, but I'm gonna make overalls in more of a sturdy material more than anything else. Oh, that's awesome! Butterfly on my wall. Walking across the street. That's good. That's awesome. I quit watching it a couple years back because it got really hokey, but I fell in love with that show for a while. And I watch everything from the point of like, oh, I like that shirt, or oh, I think that's a really awesome. But it makes me laugh because I'm one of those people who I'm not scared to wear something cheesy or like to wear something that's a question piece. So when I saw the angel wings, it made me laugh because traditionally people who wore the angel wings were not angels whatsoever. That's why it's funny how reciprocal fashion is, because something like that was considered more like gang member or biker, and now it's something that's mainstream and you would literally see it on a child's jacket. So it makes me laugh. The Walking Dead, like I said, it spoke more on the condition of what human beings would do if we didn't have um society backing us up, if we didn't have the police, if we didn't have a police force. So it was scary. Like I would think about that all the time of like how human beings would click up, how horrible people were. Yeah, I watched it every week. Every week. And plus it also showed how ruthless bikers will inherit the earth. But just like Sons of Anarchy and that other show, it is never like it is on television. Like the way they show it on TV is never like it is in real life. The military too, I would assume. I've only been around I was raised by a Vietnam veteran, and he would always say like oh, the movies got it wrong. It was way worse. Yeah, Liz has an exciting job. She gets to escort weirdos off the property. which like, nothing has changed. It's so funny how you can live somewhere and it's like stuck in time. So there are certain sections of my town where people will come back to my town and be like, man, this place has not changed in 40, 50 years. And Portland, Oregon is like that too. Okay, so I don't know what I should do with this fabric. I was thinking about making a t-shirt with it, or I don't know. Chaos had a great idea of like making a hat or something like that. At this point, I'm really open to suggestions. I got 4 yards because I really need to turn off those ESPN notifications. I don't know why. I have this strange thing of walking up and being like, can I get 4 yards of this, 4 yards of that? I don't even know where I got it from, but that's like the base of where I start buying fabric. It's the strangest thing. And I purchased this. So my local 99-cent store, I don't know. No, it's actually butterfly in my wall. It's actually more of a t-shirt material. So it's not necessarily thick and not necessarily thin. And a lot of the stuff I work with is really thick material because I make coats like this, like both of those are jacket material. So both my trench cloak and the coat I just made, those are made from fabric that's made to take the wear and tear. This is definitely something that's you know, a more soft fabric, which actually for all the sewing I do is much easier to work with than the coat stuff. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, because I have a ton of fabric in here. So I have a lot of stuff I can go through. I'm embarrassed to turn around my computer. Behind this computer is an embarrassing amount of fabric. That's why I purchased that cabinet, because I needed something a little bit more sturdy to put my fabric on because it's growing. I'm So what would you consider something that's too thick or too thin for overalls? Because that raises a really good point. Does it have to be something that's just going to take the everyday wear and tear? Because I'm an outdoorsy kind of guy. For as much as I don't seem, I'm an outdoorsy kind of guy, so I'm always kicking around in my boots. So I got this at my local 99-cent store, and I don't know if you can see the shine on it. It's a gray. I love gray material. I make undershirts, long sleeve shirts, all kinds of stuff. But this has a sheen or a shine to it. But I was really shocked that my 99-cent store had actual quality fabric. This as well, I got from my 99-cent store. And they say it's 2 yards, but I pulled out my fancy yardstick and it was actually 3 yards. So I love miscuts and factory rejects. And when I say my fancy yardstick, I mean my fancy yardstick. I use a lot of my construction stuff in my sewing. Liz, you should live stream. I don't know if the company would let you, but you would get millions of viewers if they saw how exciting some of your nights are. It's better than television, because actors are literally pretending to be us. So watching see, but there's that fine line of laughing at someone and like, oh, this person's mentally ill and maybe they're having a bad day. But as someone like having a stalker isn't fun. I also got this as well, but this again is more of a t-shirt material. This would be awesome to make overalls out of. This is a thick canvas, excuse me, but I already made something out of it, so I don't have enough. And wearing stripes makes you look like you're in prison around here. There are certain colors you can and cannot wear. It just depends on how you wear it and where you are. I'm sure it's like that anywhere. You just can't dress like front and pretend like you're something that you're not and just walk into that particular side of town, So I'm really thinking about what I should do with the material that I have. I really don't know. I was thinking about making more shirts. I've made a million hats. I've made a million koofies. I have a collection of hats that's shiny overalls would rock, but you might get me jumped. No, I'm kidding. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I recently saw something that was like it was ridiculously priced. Here's the problem about Los Angeles, okay? Is that you'll get a startup company that makes something awesome. I saw these blue denim, they had blue denim, red denim, all these awesome jackets, but they wanted $500. Kick rocks, because I know that brand, if it fails, it'll be in the thrift stores in like 6 or 7 months. It'll be in the thrift stores for $20 each. Yes, I do use ribbing, but it depends on how I'm feeling that day. It depends, like even with my coats, it's like, how much effort do I feel like putting into this? So certain shirts I do and certain shirts I don't. And it really depends, because I started off with just the old school pirate style of like you place one piece on the other, turn them inside out and sew it. So it really depends. I'm in this really weird phase right now of making long sleeve undershirts, because I need them for my job, because I have to wear long sleeve depending on what I'm doing. I have to wear long sleeve, and it's some weird Cal State OSHA law or whatever. But after a while, like I run out of shirts because they get crazy. Sitting on a tractor, you all day, you do not smell like roses when you're done sitting on a tractor. Hey, if anyone wants to jump in, let me know. I'll throw the link in the chat. But yeah, so long story short, I started making undershirts, and it was to my benefit because like I said, I have an odd torso, so it really saved me a lot of money, because I started buying like fancy shirts from like Duluth Trading Company, but that gets expensive after a while, and all it really is a normal shirt with a tail. And I remember the first time I bought a $40 shirt and I saw what it was and I was like, I can do that. And I never purchased one again. I have a lot of Carhartt stuff, but Carhartt is made for a larger human being, and it's weird. It's made large, but it's slim, so it still fits. Absolutely. And I'm out in the brush. Like I was talking about how the Montgomery Ward had fire damage. It's not a rare thing in Southern California, because the outskirts, people think of Los Angeles as the city of Los Angeles, as the buildings, but that's like literally 3 square miles. The city of Los Angeles is huge. It's a sea of buildings. But when you get in the outskirts, it's desert. It's the high desert, it's mountainous. And so excuse me, at my job, we have to wear long sleeve, and it is to protect us. But butterfly on my wall, you might know where and I don't know about in Texas, but in California, lately we had on average 105, 100, 102. This summer was brutal, to the point where I was like, I need to go somewhere colder. So during the summer, it's awful wearing long sleeve shirts. So I started making lighter long sleeve shirts. It's a good way to lose 15 pounds when you're drinking water and losing that at the same time. If he comes back, I'm going to burn off his skin with my death glare. I work with people with mental health issues of the time, which I completely understand, but this dude, no, trust me, you have to draw the line too. You have to draw the line. I actually have been stalked by quite a few people online. There's people who follow me around and tell other people how much they don't like me. And I'm like, why would you waste your time? Why would you waste your time for a stranger on the internet? Especially a guy who sits at his house and sews all day. Well, I wish all day. I can't believe I showed my wings on the internet. Yeah, I put wings on my vest. Yeah, but I feel like I get less views when I show all the weird stuff. Like I make a lot of undershirts and like a lot of shirts. Um no one watched those videos when I made them. So I stopped incorporating those in my videos, but I will start putting them back in because people are starting to watch my videos a little bit more. So I definitely will throw that in. And also, I used to do tutorials, but no one cared. No one cared about my tutorials. And you know what? Like, no, I shouldn't say that. Like Robert X, Tobin, Templeman, there are people who would watch it. But like, you know. So I stick to what I know. Yes, I remember those high desert summers. Texas summers are brutal too. We just have a bit more humidity. I will admit, hey, Skids Crasher, if you want to hop in, I'll throw the link in the chat. Um, it gets gross here. This last summer, it was almost enough to make me quit. I, and also it's because of my age. The older I get, I cannot take the heat. I cannot take the heat. And so because of that, I was like, 105 on one day, it's okay. But when you have a week of it, 2 weeks of it, it's unbearable. 20 something years ago, I lived in Arizona, and it was never that hot in Arizona consistently. There were days where it would get like 116, but it would be one day. And it wasn't like that for the rest of the year. In California, it's become horrendous. So all those people who don't believe that the weather's, climate change or whatever you want to call it, just ask anyone who lives in Southern California. Yeah, Skits, if you want to hop in. I've been sitting here holding this J for like 44 minutes. I've been sitting here holding this thing. Because I'd rather rant about sewing. That's what I'm saying. It gets unbearable, butterfly on my wall. This last year, I just couldn't take it because I'm so used to the it gets hot. I'm actually a warm weather kind of guy. I can barely take the Southern California winters. And I lived up north for years, but I can no longer take the consistent 105 temperature. It's unreal. Liz is having Liz and I we were gonna start a how many names are we in our punk band? We're up to like the 50th name. And I have a food allergy. I do not take care of myself the way that I should sometimes because I take care of everybody else. So I eat certain things and they make my eyes swell. Here, I'll throw the let me why did I do that? Excuse me. There we go. So do you know what's so funny? I walked into Hobby Lobby. I was overwhelmed. Okay, so we're going back to Hobby Lobby. And awesome Skid Scratcher. I was overwhelmed. And in my mind, I'm like, oh, I want one of these. I want to get these. I bought my Daryl Dixon wings. I'm walking around already thinking about where I'm going to put them on my vest. Then I found the fabric. The sale was so awesome that I went back today and purchased more. I'll grab it in a second. But it really I bought a ton of stuff and only paid for 4 yards of that fabric, I only paid $12, which is unreal. If I told you how much I paid for fabric, like you guys be putting those nuclear head explosion emojis in the chat because fabric is expensive. But I pay for the inflation, like because I look it up, it's cheaper in other places, and it's just more expensive because I live in a place where we pay high taxes. And it's kind of like New York. Like if you live in New York, you're paying extra just because you live in New York. Excuse me. Miami is the same way. There are certain places where you get the just because you're here tax. And so I've kind of learned to accept it. But when I looked up how much other people pay for fabric, like even baseline stuff here in Southern California starts at $9 to $10 a yard. So something in Missouri that would cost $6.99 will cost $9.99 to $10.99 here in Southern California. And because constantly looking things up, it's cheaper in Northern California. When I go to Michael's and buy thread, I've learned to go to Walmart because the same thread is $3 cheaper. Punching Junkies. That was the first name of the band. There we go. Pirate Cats. That's the new name because I'm walking around with a swollen eye. Do you know, is that a thing? A mesh eye patch? I think. Is that a thing? Did I just invent something? Because I constantly have allergies. And like when I walk into this dispensary, the owner, he's always like, hey man, hey, just tell me who you're fighting. I'll fight them for you. And I said, no, man, it's tomatoes and exotic spices. Like I have the weirdest allergies and they're low level. So I ignore them. And then that's why I'm always wearing glasses or I always have a stuffy nose. It's because I eat things that I shouldn't. Okay, I'm just checking. Just making sure. Okay, Liz, I have not walked into a Hobby Lobby in forever. I had no idea of the amount of stuff that they have in Hobby Lobby. I had no idea. It's not like it's not necessarily something that I like go. I drive past it all the time. I drive past one every day when I go to work. Did I just invent something? I have a ton of backing for patches that are kind of see-through. I have a ton of lace, all kinds of weird stuff that I incorporate in enclosed fishnet eye patch. I like that. I wonder why the chat is lagging so much more behind on StreamYards. I like that. Rocky Horror eye patch. I bet you I'd make $1 million. Patent pending, patent pending, patent pending. See, from here it just looks like I'm really, really stoned, but my right eye is swollen. Oh wow, you can see it. So when I go places, people are like, "What happened to you?" See, because of my color hides it too, but my eye is swollen. Take care of yourself, kids. If the doctor tells you don't eat tomatoes, don't eat them. But if you really think about it, that's cruel and unusual because I'm addicted to pizza. I order a pizza at least once a week, which is why I wear my glasses in my live stream. And I think because it's a low level allergy, I ignore it, because it doesn't hurt, it doesn't itch, it's just my eye swells. When I eat Thai food, Indian food, or if I overindulge on too much pizza. Let me look. It's probably like right here. No more. Do you think I'm allergic to Hobby Lobby or what? I was raised by a miser, and he used to always say, I'm allergic to spending money. I miss that old coot. He used to always say, oh, no, I can't go there. I'm allergic to spending money. Oh, I wouldn't laugh. There was a gang of people in there. I wouldn't laugh if I wasn't allergic to something somebody was wearing. Let's have a talk real quick, gents. I wear really fancy cologne. Okay, I mean really fancy. Two spritzes. Huh? I'm done. And then you can literally smell me all day, and it's on my jacket. My jacket smells great, but somebody who puts half a bottle of cologne on and then walks into a place like Hobby Lobby, come on, guy. I can still smell the guy. So I wouldn't be surprised if I got a swollen eye from his Axe cologne. No, that's mean. He was wearing like some fake Cool Water or something. As I quit smoking nicotine 4 or 5 years ago, okay? As a compulsive smoker, because I still smoke, I take into consideration the fact that I stink. So in certain situations, I walk around with my old man pipe. This thing reeks. So I don't take it into the store with me. I don't necessarily take it in my car anymore, because I hate to give you the George Costanza speech, but I know that we live in a society. Oh, did I really just tell a Seinfeld joke? I did. But we live in a society, so I try to have consideration for other human beings. I try. I feel miserably at it sometimes, but I think we all do. Driving will show what kind of person you really are, because there are some people who are the meekest human beings on earth. You put them behind the wheel of a car, they are the most cutthroat human being you've ever met in your life. Scary even. Especially here in LA because it's real life Maybe I was allergic to somebody at Hobby Lobby. You never know. You maybe maybe somebody put spices on as cologne or something. You never know. But it was overwhelming, and I always laugh because I go to the counter and I paid with a $50 bill, and it's always an issue. I don't even think it's race or anything. It's always an issue. If you pay with anything over a 20, they're gonna freak out. So the girl and I were hanging out for a minute because the manager had to go check it 5 times to make sure I wasn't making it on an HP printer in my house. Church was the worst for little old sweet ladies. Yes, pouring on the perfume sometimes. I would leave. Totally. I'm gonna definitely I'm patent pending on the Rocky Horror patch. It's been so long since I've stepped foot in a church. I mean, it's been a long time. But I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. My grandmother, she lived to be 99 years old. She came to live with me when she was about 96 is when she started losing it. And she would do that. She would she would douse herself in perfume. Oh man, I miss her too. I was raised by people who were of a different world, of a different generation. They held no punches whatsoever. Whatsoever. My grandmother, I would walk into her house and she would look at me and be like, "Your t-shirt looks like shit. Go change." She had high standards. Yeah, having bad allergies is the worst. I'm allergic to everything. So I like it's one of those things where eating and drinking things, I'm taking my life in my hands depending on what it is. But it but I'm an American cheeseburger and pancakes kind of guy. So as long as I don't deviate necessarily from that, and I grew up eating mainly what's considered Hispanic food. Like I eat chorizo, I'll eat menudo. I've had alligator in Texas. I mean all kinds of exotic stuff that didn't make me break out. So it's particular spices, and if I eat too much tomato. they, they, so there's a famous story of my grandmother. Gosh, this was 30 years ago. Long time ago. All the men in my family were like World War II. My dad was in Vietnam. My uncle, both of my uncles were in Vietnam. They were tough guys. They never had to show it because the women in my family were tougher than any dude. And they raised kids with the iron fist. With the iron. My grandma was 5'1", 5'2", and she would knock you down to her size. And I'll never forget one time, you learn that lesson at a young age to not play in church. And I'll never forget, my dad was doing the collection plate, and I put my hand over it like I just did this hover maneuver, and everyone around me laughed. Funny thing is, I knew I was going to get smacked when church was over when everyone laughed. My grandmother, at this time, I was in junior high. I was a tall kid. I was like 5'4", 5'5". Man, she was pushing people through the crowd, running through the church to get to me. And I saw her. And I stood there because I knew if I run, she would have chased me. And my grandmother, hey, Trusty Ape, the link's in the chat if you want to join. My grandmother cocked back and she slapped me so hard, people brought it up on school on Monday. She slapped me so hard that people remembered it. I was raised by people from the Depression era, even my pops for his age, he was raised around World War II era people. So I was raised by no nonsense human beings. That's why when she passed away, like when I Like when we are going through her stuff, she was such a loving person, but she was passionate. And if you crossed her, she's gonna let you know real quick. Oh, the torturing of children in church. The good old day. You know what's so funny? Like, people they brag about getting beat up by their parents, and I don't know if that made us better people. We didn't run into buildings hurting people, but I don't know. Let's discuss that one. Is there a difference of a generation of people who were beat up by their parents or not? You know, sometimes I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, but the older I get, I turn into that like get off my lawn old man, So I don't know. I don't know. I am not for hitting kids, but I have an autistic child, so you have to have patience. It's one of those strange things. Punk Pockets. Punk Pockets is gold. Oh, he's like, this crazy guy's just sitting here talking to himself.
That's cool. The backstage is pretty nice.
Multitasking is horrible. We can't see it now, but I took that picture at my favorite thrift store in Van Nuys. It's it's a scary shipyard where you hear welding and cursing in Spanish.
Fair enough.
How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. Doing all right.
Awesome.
Took today off. It was the first, it's kind of scheduled day off I've had in a while, and I slept, and it was fantastic.
How
are you, my friend?
I'm good. I'm just getting all my stuff together for moving. My life is so crazy for so long. Today I went up to my work and I was like, I need to do this and this. And someone I work with was like, bro, you're in charge. You can do whatever you want. And I was like, oh yeah, I can.
That's right.
So I'm
in this and this.
I'm in the I have this giant 50-foot shipping container that's unused at my job. So I'm gonna get rid of all my storage units.
There you go.
And I'm kind of doing this bonk move of like, you get so caught up in things that you don't realize like I've had this the entire time.
Like, why have I been paying like $100 a month for storage? Well,
it's $500 a month here in Southern
God.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, and mine is like half the size of a garage, and so the only reason I make the $500 comment is because recently this weekend my son told my ex-wife like, oh, we're gonna do this and this, and my ex-wife was like, I'm paying $500 for my storage unit, can I put my stuff in there? I'm like, oh, we talk too much, we talk way too much. But like I said, when you have an autistic child, you have no secrets. I have no secrets, so but yeah,
that's got to be a completely different parenting style than a typical neurotypical, I think raising a child. Like
more than anything else, it's you have to have patience. I'm an impatient guy, but when it comes to my son, I slow things down. But I honestly, as somebody
maybe that teaches you patience.
Oh, life, man, life teaches you patience. It's like that. Like that scene in Star Wars, man, when Obi-Wan Kenobi, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Darth Maul are fighting, and then those shields close, and he's just sitting there. They're just sitting there waiting to fight each other. And every time it opens up, they fight again. That's life, man. Sometimes you have to sit there and wait. You have to have patience. I was having this conversation the other day. Do you quote more books or do you quote more movies?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Like I guess it's topical more. Like typically, I guess especially when talking to the younger generations, I quote more movies and things like that. Yeah, I guess as a whole, I do as well because I find myself quoting Top Gun like half of my life.
Okay, so I quote The Big Lebowski, and that's like almost an age test,
Fantastic movie.
but it's an age test. You know, like if I was to call you Maverick, you would know what I was talking about. Like,
Yeah.
hey, Maverick, slow down, Maverick. You know.
Ups and downs, strikes and gutters.
Oh, great! I say that for everything. I say that literally. That is like someone's. If I'm having a bad day, you'll know because I'll say, "Oh, ups and downs are the greatest of all times." And sometimes you eat the bar, and sometimes the bar eats you. That is like that. I was young when that movie came out, and I got it even back then. You know,
It's a great movie. It's a great movie. The rug really ties the room together. Yeah.
it's one of those things because a long time ago I made a comment of like, "Oh man, I feel like Al Bundy," and this kid looked at me and said, "Who's Al Bundy?" And everyone around me, my age, was like, "Ah!" We were like, "Oh no, oh no!"
That cut me deep, kid. Cut me deep.
So every once in a while, I get reminded, you know, how dated I am. Isaiah actually helped my YouTube channel. I used to do wipes, like you know, like each scene would wipe out. And he walks up to me, he's like, "Hey, Dad, that's really
like a
cringy."
PowerPoint presentation from the
Yeah,
early 2000s.
I'm old. I don't know these things. And he walks up to me one day. He's like, "Dad, that's super cringy. You should change that." And I did. I did. He's like, from that moment
Nice.
forward, he's like, "You should do jump cuts." So I do take advice from the youth
They're the future, damn it.
when applicable. They are.
Applicable. Yeah, you're like,
You know, I know. I always say that because somebody will gripe about the younger generation. They'll say, "These kids, who taught them, bro? Who taught them?" Like I'm all here for trashing the younger generation, but let's remember they learned from us.
for
So you
real.
can't say like they are, you know, the reflection of everything we didn't want to be. You know.
I mean, and it's a time-honored tradition. Every generation talks shit about the generation below them.
Oh, absolutely. My father hated Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre. Like he put up
Now
like
they're like rap icons. Like,
I always laugh because like in the 80s, hip hop was more conscience, you know. It was the East Coast KRS-One. It was the East Coast rules, and they had something to say. When Dr. Dre came out, that was the first time my parents were ever like, "Nah, bruh. No, we don't like it." It's just
oh, yeah, I
one.
should have that up too so I can see the actual chat.
If just one kid would listen. See, but I agree with you. I think because I grew up around people, my parents were in their 40s when I was born. So everybody was so much older than me. I had to listen. Because they were from the shut up and sit down generation, you know. But
Yeah.
it's a different planet. Like, so I was ranting about this earlier. Are you pro or against spanking kids? Are you?
I'm sorry. I was waving to
That was
Twitter.
great. That was grandma's showing.
Sorry, what was the question?
No, I have to have a babysitter around when I say, you know, I can't just be out here in my garage
Makes sense.
hanging out, you know. I can't just be like
Yeah. But pro or anti child spanking or
Yeah.
corporal punishment or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I'm against it. I
Me
have
too.
a pretty big saying. If you grew up, you know, and you hit your child and you say that I was beaten by as a kid and I grew up okay. Well, you grew up thinking hitting a child is okay, and that's not okay. Like, if a child is too
Exactly.
young to understand what you're talking to him about, he's too young to understand why he's being hit.
And that's
And
another thing. Like, I think I never understood why people hit babies, bro. Like,
oh
what are
my
you
god,
doing? Like, they have no we are nothing but synapses and responses. We learn from the other people. Let me go turn the light back on. Grandma's
yeah,
old school. She saves power. We got good.
Like, we're on solar. Yeah, right. I'm gonna wait like 30 seconds later. She can come back in. Click.
Gee, my mom was like my grandmother. I told this story last week. I have a cousin who's a real life biker, and he won't tell me why he's still scared of my mom. And my mom is like 5'2". She's like 5 and shrinking, and he will not tell me.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, up until relatively, I just recently lost my mom, and it's God damn it, you don't appreciate them when like until they're gone, and now it's like
Oh,
moms
don't
are
even.
crazy, but God damn it, I loved her. Yeah.
My dad was like that. I didn't realize how much he did until he passed away, and I was like, how did he do all of this without yelling at all of us and hating all of without
Right.
being like, you degenerate punks, I hate all of you.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, just it. That's why I talk about my grandmother a lot too, because right around like in her 92, 93, people stopped going to her house. People stopped visiting her, you know.
You
And if you
become
think about
cranky.
it, well, no, if you think about it, she outlived all her friends. She outlived
That's a good
every.
point.
She lived to be 99 years old. Like you
That's
don't have.
insane.
When my grandfather passed away in his 80s, there were still people that he went to war with who went to his funeral. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they were still alive, you know. But when you start hitting your 90s, like you've outlived every. There's not too many people live to be that long, you know.
That's insane. But it's like, it's been said that the first person that will never die is alive today.
Neil
Yeah.
deGrasse Tyson said that, and I'm
I think
like,
that's probably where I got it from.
oh, it's always tripped me out. There's a movie. Have you ever seen Mr. Nobody?
I don't think so.
I think it's Jared Leto. Don't quote me, okay? But it's about the last mortal human being on Earth because everybody's immortal. And so I'm oh, okay. I'm in your camp now. I'm not a spanker, and so it's not, I don't know, it's just not necessarily something it didn't do me any benefits. I was raised Roman Catholic, and every time I would introduce myself as Roman Catholic, a lot of people would be like, "Oh, you're really good at lying." Because the Catholic kids, you know, they had to tell stories to their parents because their parents were like the most strict.
Just gotta. Why are you out so late? Well, I was doing my Hail Marys,
I
not
think
getting loaded on Colt 45.
I kind of cringe now though, because my cousin and I, we would say we were going to each other's house, and we would go to TJ.
Oh,
We were we were 16 years old. If anything had happened to us, no one would have known that we died in Mexico.
would have never found your body.
Yeah. You know, and I'm like, when my kid leaves the house, I'm this close to getting. Everyone's complaining about those Nike. No, I'm sorry, about those AirPod tags, the Apple tags.
Oh yeah. The tracker things.
My ex-wife and I were like, "Hey, are those machine washable? I'm gonna start sewing them into my kid's clothes, bro. Like, I'm gonna buy one and put him in his, tie it to his shoe or something. You know,
That's a good idea. Like, I always just had it on my mom's keychain and shit like that. Like, glue it to her thing so she kept losing shit.
well, like they have like Life 360 and all this stuff now, where like, because I have multiple cell phones, so when he goes somewhere, I try to give my kid more independence, but I think because he has autism, I'm a hover parent, you know. But like,
Understandable.
I have Life 360 where I can hit a button and it no matter if the phone's off or on, it'll turn it on and tell you where it's at.
Oh, that's a neat.
You
Is that
know.
like an app or
Yeah, Life 360. I just
okay.
did advertising for it.
And
But
this
like
stream is sponsored by.
I wish. I wish. Hey, singer. I say singer so much you should be paying me at this time, you
For
know.
real, right? Well, like all your like your streams or not your streams, but your content like it's this brought by like, oh man, that'd be nice if this was actually sponsored by Singer.
Well, you know why? And I've kind of figured out it's because I live in America. And because of where I live in America, Singer cornered the market, you know, because you could go somewhere else. We have that for exactly, man. Um I actually know someone who has
Jesus.
someone who lives in Pennsylvania. They live on a farm and their child has a bracelet because he likes to run off. And so he
Oh,
has a GPS bracelet where like they could hit a button and be like, all right, because he ran off one time and they had half of the county looking for him. Yeah.
that's crazy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know, I just don't there
We were talking about cats earlier. Hold on. My kitty T-shirt.
Liz, my dad was one of that's an awesome shirt. My dad was one of those people who got weirdly YouTube famous. He was
Oh yeah.
he was in his 70s and he had more friends than the average high school teenager. Because he would talk a lot of trash. He was just an opinionated, he was an old man from Georgia. He had an opinion on everything, you know. So he got YouTube famous. You know what's so funny is I have to stop myself from buying that shirt that you have. I almost bought a sweatshirt. I have like those are those compulsive buys at like 2 a.m.
I think that is exactly like I drank a bottle of wine. It was 2 a.m. I'm like, that shirt's cool. Shut up and take my money.
Speaking of which, did you ever watch The Walking Dead?
I watched the first couple of seasons of it, and I'm real bad
I
about getting into shows like that.
One of the reasons I was ranting about Hobby Lobby is because I purchased some Daryl Dixon wings and put them on the back of my vest. You know, like the white
Oh,
wing.
those wings. Oh, okay.
No. I'll show you.
Oh no. Oh, you sure the fuck did. Oh my god.
I'm 225 pounds. I dare you to come and try to take my wings off my vest.
Some Hell's Angel comes up to you.
I went crazy. I went crazy at Hobby Lobby. It's been a long time since they've had actual everything's like 40 to 50% off. It's been a long time. I've been adding stuff to this. I have vests that I wear in public. I don't know if this one's starting to gain a lot of attention. So I might go back to my PC vests, you know.
PC vest.
Well, the thing is, like depending on what I'm wearing, I'm not one of those people that goes looking for fights. You know, so I like I wouldn't wear this to my son's school because it has like the American handgunner and fuck you, I have enough friends, you know.
Take that to a PTA meeting.
I actually I think I put something filthy on it, but I had one I would wear to my son's school. And they still like this one true. So one day I'm sitting there wearing my vest, and this guy walks up to me. He's like, I'm a cop. And I was like, good for you. Our kids go to the same school, cop.
Yeah.
He did not like the fact that I was rocking a vest. Like I just scared him, you know. So the next day I came up on a
punk.
The next day I came up on a motorcycle. You know, people you know what's so funny? When you wear something that sticks out of the herd, people will call you out for no reason or treat you differently. Like the same people who want love, peace, and equality will treat someone who is not like them like garbage, you know? That's always tripped me out about people. Am I going too far on the ledge or what?
Oh no.
No,
No, but
I just don't. I don't understand that one. Like,
yeah,
I leave people alone. Like, if you come up with a purple mohawk, I'll say nice hair.
I love it. For a while, when I was still going to university and Trump was in office, I wore a very not friendly shirt. It was a picture of Trump blowing his brains out, and it says "Make America Great Again." And I got a lot of stares and a lot of. By the way, it's was
Where's my?
interesting.
Where's I have a patch of Trump blowing his brains out, and every time I wear it, somebody will say, someone will say, "Ooh, nice patch," or it's like interesting,
It's very
interesting.
divisive.
But I live in a Trumper area. Do you live in a red area?
Very much so.
Hmm.
Very much so now. Yeah, up north here, it's yeah, our congressman wears a cowboy hat and cowboy boots to formal occasions.
People don't realize how red California is. It's just um more people live in Southern California than they do in certain states. Excuse me. And so where my son went to school was like, I don't know if it was the nice side of town, it was the stuffy side of town. And this guy had on his truck, trumpin' ain't easy.
That's true, I'm sure.
So I rarely go looking for trouble. But after Trump lost, I was in my truck, and every day I would take my son to school. I was looking for him. I was looking for him, and I finally got up to him. I'm like, "Is Trump still easy?" He just rolled his window up. They're
Nice.
never as tough face to face as they are when they're yelling obscenities at you. You know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I for the long it's like when I was still in college, like I had, I was wearing anti-Trump everything and I had a red hat that was just a replica of his, Make America Great Again, but it was like Make America Hate Again. And like I had bumper stickers all over, stay back 500 feet if you still, believe in Trump or something like that. And I would when I got my job, I got my job working, for a federal agency. So like I can no longer have this stuff on my car. So I have to take everything off. I can't wear it anymore.
I have.
I like it.
I agree. I agree with you, Chaos. I have a "Make Hockey Violent Again" hat. Okay, I walked into the shop wearing it, and everybody at the shop looked at me. They were like, "Are you on drugs?" Because they didn't read the hat. They just instantly thought I was wearing a "Make America Great Again" hat.
They just see that red hat or
yeah, with white lettering,
Oh,
and it
yeah,
says
exactly.
"Make America." It says "Make Hockey," but I
hat.
never wore it again. I never wore it again.
I wore that Make America Hate Again like I think exactly one time. And I was like, this looks too much.
The foreman told me, he was like, "Dude, that hat will get you beat up."
He ain't wrong.
I actually saw a fight between 3 grown men over Trump clothes, and they were three Caucasian. They were 3 Caucasian men, and one guy was wearing Trump stuff, and the other 2 guys didn't like it, and they had a conversation about it. It was just strange to me because where I live is so red. It was just strange to see people actually standing up for America.
God, I mean, when it's such a divisive character like that, that'd be like, like Kanye running right now, or which is probably going to happen, but or somebody.
Do you still watch what when he speaks? Do you still watch it? Because
Kanye?
Twitter is awful, okay, and it's become worse ever since Elon has taken over. And I'm going to admit it. It's become a cesspool again, okay? Because a year ago, we wouldn't even hear what Kanye was saying because they wouldn't have given him a platform. And okay, you like at some point, you have to be a bartender and cut people off.
Yeah, that's true.
And because man, if you catch me and when I'm all hypoglycemic, I'll say some crazy stuff.
But would you go on Alex Jones wearing a gimp mask saying that you
No.
love Hitler?
When I get really hangry before lunch, I might tell you get out of my way. No, and I'm not saying I say like anti-Semitic crazy stuff. I'm just saying and in no way am I making an excuse for crazy Kanye.
Crazy.
I still I'm proud of myself because I haven't gone to his factory and purchased his Balenciaga stuff. He's selling it.
Right.
He's literally selling $500 jackets for $20.
Oh my god. Aren't they just like great knockoffs or like
No, it's real. They're real. Because he worked for he designed a whole line for them. He had his own fashion line. And he has the entire line in a factory 30 minutes from my house.
I love how they were talking about like on Alex Jones, like, oh, I mean, Hugo Boss, those SS uniforms are awesome. Like, is this what we've come to in a conversation?
Do you know I screamed what the F out loud when he said that?
Are you serious?
I was watching it and it's like I call it just involuntary cursing. Like I was like, what the F? My filter was even like, what the F? What are we what? Yeah. And see, I used to think it was because generations are removed, but Alex Jones is older than me. Kanye, Alexa, how old is Kanye West?
No idea.
He is 45 years old.
Oh my.
Kanye West is older than I am, not by much.
Still older, damn it.
But Alexa, how old is Alex Jones?
Alex Jones is 48 years old.
They know better.
What? I so thought Alex Jones was so much older than that.
Okay, so just like I say about Snoop Dogg, anger, much like compulsively smoking, will kill and age you. It will age you. Look. Do you know how much it physically takes for the bluster that Alex Jones has? Like you have to physically go, rah! Like no one wakes up like that. No one wakes up at a 10,
To spew that much.
He reminds me of somebody who's like on way too much Xanax or something, and that's not a knock on people who take that. I have a neighbor who talks to himself, and like one day I was like, "What are you saying?" And he's like, "Oh, they just changed my prescription. Don't worry." But
I'll be okay in a couple weeks.
No, I appreciate him because he was lucid enough to know. Oh no, this is just me, But like he drives me mentally. I'm not a Alex Jones fan whatsoever, none whatsoever.
Glad to hear that.
So the whole giving Kanye air at all, like I was saying a year ago, he would have been thrown in the bin. Put him in the bin. And again,
a year ago,
this is why racism has become popular again. And to be openly racist, to be openly bigoted, because we're allowing it to be presented as it's mainstream.
Yeah, we're giving it a platform.
And you're in my generation, we were told, hey, these are crazy people.
Don't listen to
these
them.
are, they're off. We're all off our meds, but Kanye, like,
he's really off.
I stopped feeling sorry for him though, because at a certain point, you know what you're saying. And today, he said he was on. I saw this thing. Of course, it was on Twitter. So allegedly, he said he was autistic, and I almost threw my phone if that thing wasn't worth like $700 or $800.
Something like that. But he said that he was on the spectrum. Yeah.
Get out of here. The door is over there. The door is over there, Kanye. No, you are not allowed to justify your actions. I'm gonna call him out because no one watches my channel like that. Jimmy Snow did the same thing. He did all these idiotic things, and then when he had a backlash, he's like, I'm autistic. I do idiotic things all the time. It's because I make bad decisions. Like own up to what you do, at some certain point, as someone who has an autistic child, it bothers me when someone hides behind that label. You know, it's a good way to get me to throw to throw something like, no way. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
just it bothers me. And maybe and you know what? Maybe both of them are undiagnosed. I'm not a doctor, but go get help and stop calling yourself autistic to
Yeah.
justify your actions,
Stop
you
using it
know?
as an excuse or a crutch.
Because
If it's an issue, get help with the issue.
because we tell autistic children to not use it as an excuse. We say, hey, if you're aware of the problem, you can do something about it. If you're aware of something, then you can't necessarily use it as an excuse, unless you have, the obvious, but so it just, I almost went through the roof today when I saw that. I couldn't believe it. But
That is insane.
do you think that's like the new age, get out of jail free card?
Just saying you're autistic?
Yeah.
Or just the general, I'm bipolar, because you hear that a lot too. Oh, I'm bipolar, I'm borderline, or and they may be, but
You say that the second Trusty 8 made the comment. That's ironic.
dude.
No, it's true. No. I'm sorry I even said anything. It's so true. It's so that argument makes me just as angry. Because
Yeah.
but I work in I work with special needs adults, and at a certain point, like, you're aware of your actions,
Yeah.
I knew somebody, I can't necessarily tell the whole story, but they had Down syndrome and they were a klepto, and the cops were like, we can't take them to jail. But they heard the cops say that, so they continued being a klepto. At that point, it is, you are a klepto, you're a thief. Doesn't matter who or what you are.
That
There was somebody I knew who was special needs, and when he passed away, we I work on in a giant facility that takes, and people who live on facilities for people with special needs, they live longer because they don't have stress. When you live in a place where people do your laundry for you, where there's bocce ball,
your meals are taken care of.
Yep, great cooks too, because we give instructions.
Medical care. Oh wait,
Oh,
I gotta be cool. Too. Gotta be cool. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
I love them.
Mine are prescriptions, so that I can even.
Oh, that's so you can see, but I have to like lean in and show. Oh man, if I was to put my prescription ones on, I look like my brother. It's scary. No, I have a hardcore food allergy, so I rock my glasses because I always look like I have a black eye, but it's like my life is not that exciting. I just eat a bunch of stuff I'm not supposed to.
Me too, but my allergy is just getting fat.
I eat like an emancipated 13-year-old, and I'm man enough to admit it. Like with so my son came to live with me ever since he was 2 years old. Okay, so I cook Monday through Friday. Friday morning, my son's like, where are we going? Where are we going after, because he homeschools now. So after we go somewhere spectacular for lunch,
Nice.
But I'm anti, when Isaiah was younger, I let him eat whatever he want, and fast food will make you a very large individual. It's not,
American.
It's not the one time you eat the fast food, it's the everyday habit of, I can eat a McChicken every day. Then I can eat two.
I can get the supersized Coke with that. It's fine. Yeah.
Do you know how shocked I was when I found out in other countries they do not put salt or sugar in their food?
Communists.
So if you drink a Pepsi, it tastes different. So if you eat nachos, you're like, ooh, these are really good, because you're tasting actual cheese and it has no preservatives.
When I was in Iraq, we on occasion we get the local sodas and the local Cokes and 7-Ups and things like that, and they added more sugar. So their Cokes and 7-Ups, at least maybe it was just the fact I hadn't had real sugar in a while, but they were super sweeter than a typical soda that we would get.
Yep. I got Isaiah hooked on in California it's called the Mexican Cokes. It's
That's what we
just
call yeah,
yeah, they're
exactly, the
bottled,
Mexican Cokes.
yeah, they're bottled in Mexico. It's not even like it's not if someone outside of California was to hear it, they'd think we were being racist, but they're literally made in Mexico.
Exactly, yeah, yep.
They are so good.
Yeah,
They
they're
are
just real
so
cane sugar versus corn syrup.
Oh, oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Like when we go to the store, like we'll buy something. I can't wait till the next day when it's all nice and cold in the fridge. I love those stupid things.
Oh yeah.
When I move, there's an old vending machine over there. I wonder if I got that thing working. We have an old cigarette vending machine. I'm a collector of weird stuff.
Apparently.
And I have an old Coke, an actual bottle Coke dispenser. But
Oh, that's cool.
but those things are cool, but they cost more when you plug it in. You know what I'm saying? So it sits in the back of the shop because it's more of a novelty. I like having vintage things that work.
Not
I
just
like
for a sign, but an actual soda machine that
yeah.
works.
It's cool to have the sign, but it's a different thing to plug it in and the neon not explode.
Exactly. There you go.
Morton salt has dextrose. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we are the only country in the world that we add additives in everything. And I didn't notice it until I went overseas. Like, they don't do that in Canada. I used to talk to someone in Australia and we literally compared. Do you know 1 can of an American Pepsi has the same amount of sugar that a 2-liter has in Australia?
Damn.
So in America, we're like mainlining Pepsis because there's so much sugar in our food. I just didn't realize that, until you start talking to people in other countries. Like, we're crazy in America. And I've been to Missouri, and Missouri is the heaviest state in America.
Is it? Oh man.
I read an article a while ago in National Geographic, or it was National Geographic. In Missouri, the average age for a man of any race is 45 years old. They die at 45 because of
Holy
health
God.
complications. Yeah.
Heart disease and diabetes.
And this article was like 8 or 9 years ago.
God damn.
And in that time, KFC introduced that sandwich that's 2 chicken patties and a burger
Double
bun.
something. Yeah, got the heart attack special.
It's illegal to sell that around here.
For real.
In the state of California, I never got one of those. And I've been to Popeyes. Those chicken sandwiches are not worth fighting people over.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah. I've never understood. Like, I've had Chick-fil-A, I've had Popeyes. It's a goddamn chicken sandwich. Like,
how many? Yeah, there's only so many ways you can fry a chicken,
Yeah, right.
Do you know I've never been to Chick-fil-A because Grandma Sewing, who is a devout Catholic, told me, she's like, those weirdos pray in there. I laughed so hard when she told me.
I like her. Her.
She's like, all I wanted was a chicken sandwich, and these weirdos are in there praying over food, bro. Like, what's going on? Catholics, man, we pray at the dinner table. We don't pray at McDonald's. We don't pray at, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just made me laugh when she said that. I used to buy cigarettes for my parents at the vending machines.
Nice.
Same. We had them at a restaurant called El Torito by my house, and same. Do you know? I'm so old that my dad sent me to the store with a note, and I was able to buy liquor at a young age. because they were like, oh, okay, this minor has a note. Let's just give him booze.
This is legit. This couldn't possibly be faked.
Now it just makes me laugh. It goes back to like when I was 16, I would go to TJ with my cousin. Like I would be sick if I knew my kid was in another country and I was like,
Oh my god, right?
like I would be like physically ill. The world was
It's amazing
different,
what we put our parents through.
but pre-internet. Do you think we were more naive pre-internet?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I thought I knew the world and I went out in the real world. Have you ever seen the movie The Big Fish? Is that what it's called?
Oh,
It's with Ewan McGregor, I think. That's funny, not funny. It is, and also with tobacco, because my father smoked a ton of pipe tobacco, they would let me buy his pipe tobacco. I smoked pipe tobacco for years too. For years after that.
still love that cherry Cabernet smell,
Oh man, that's why I still have all of all the old pipes, the new pipes. Well, I smoke ganja out of these now, but like
Yeah.
I smoked Captain Black for years, but I just couldn't take that either. I had to quit smoking. I have dreams that I'm still smoking it. That's how addictive cigarettes are. It's been years and I have dreams that I'm still smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, I quit smoking right around when e-cigarettes first came out, like the blues that you could get from Rite Aid or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And I used that in combination with smoking a shit ton of weed, and I stopped smoking. And then I eventually, weaned myself off of the e-cigarettes. I don't use those anymore, and I don't smoke. I smoke a lot of dab and things like that now, but not so much the joints. But they keep giving them to me every time I do an order, so I keep that collection.
That's what happened to that's what happens to me at the shop. Okay. So I have to stop smoking those moon rock joints, okay? Because they're killing my lung. They're killing me. I smoke what I call old people stuff, And long story short, they keep giving to me for free. They're like, "Oh, you're such a loyal customer. You tip." In my head, I was like, if I stop tipping you, will you guys stop giving me these joints?
Right. So this one is.
I ended up giving them away to people, and they're like, "Oh, you are awesome. Thank you."
Gosh, yeah, this one's it's like 49%. Yeah, like it's a fat blunt that they just give me.
Oh, yeah.
Tough mama.
Mm.
Yeah,
That's the one thing. Oh, go ahead.
Typically I don't like when I do smoke joints. Like I don't like the blunts so much because the tobacco kills me nowadays, and I just try to stay away from anything tobacco. I don't want anything triggering that.
Oh, totally same. I smoked cigarettes forever, and like, I don't. It's not that I wouldn't be alive. I would be on oxygen. That's how much I smoked.
I smoke
I would
shit
be,
ton, yeah.
and I have a niece who she's in her 30s and she's on oxygen already.
Mhm.
I
started smoking in the Army just because, like, either you smoked, you got a smoke break, and if you didn't, you got no break. So, like, fuck it, I'll smoke.
I wonder how many people started smoking because of that.
A lot.
I
and
wonder
for a long
how
time
many...
I chewed, and it was
Oh, that's funny. I chewed for a very long time, and if I ever get mouth cancer, I know it will be because of that. I chewed for
a Skull or a Copenhagen guy.
Copy.
You're a Cope.
I was all about Copy, but I grew up like around a bunch of hillbillies, a bunch of like, so I literally would just do what they did. Like, okay, they're like, "Oh, we got Copy." Okay, went to the store and bought Copy. Addictions are funny though, because you start something and you're like, "Oh wow, I'm hooked." Like now I'll never forget. When I first started smoking, I puffed on the cigarettes. I didn't smoke. I would
Didn't
go,
actually inhale.
and my friend one day he was like, "You don't smoke." I was like, "I smoke." He's like, "All right, hit your cigarette." I hit it. He's like, "All right, suck it in." I coughed my brains out. But unfortunately, that was the beginning of like a 20-year addiction after that.
Thanks, asshole.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Literally, son of a preacher. They're the worst. Like they're
Brother
either the
preacher
best
man.
or the worst. You never know. With people like that, you never know. And you know what? What's his face was a good guy. Like John was a good guy. Like I'm not saying he was a bad person, but like cops' kids and preachers' kids, you got to keep an eye out for.
That's so funny. Like my last week in the army, I was going to church then. I was a good Christian boy back then. And he was like, "Hey," he knew I was getting out, and he's like, "Hey," and he brought a bag of weed out there with me. And I tried it like once or twice before when I was a teenager, but obviously I wasn't big into it, and especially I'd never touched the stuff in the army. And he empties out a cigarette and stuffs it, and we smoke it there. Oh my god, I've never been so ripped in my life. And the funny thing is, like, I remember, like, all right, I'm heading back. I'm driving from church back onto post, and I'm like, I know there's a Taco Bell around here somewhere. I swear to God, I spent the next hour circling this like 2 blocks looking for this damn Taco Bell, and I never
I miss those rookie moments
right.
when you're eating something and you're like, "This is the greatest thing ever." I probably said this 100 times. I found out the ingredients for the Red Lobster cheddar biscuits. I made those things, and I was like 14 when I started doing this. I ate those things every day for like a year.
Another example of, like, before the like 14, that was presumably before mainstay of the internet.
Oh,
Where
whoa,
like
I'm in my 40s. This is way before
yeah,
the
so
internet.
now, like, you could look up a copycat recipe in 30 seconds. Back then, it took some effort to get a good, copycat recipe of something.
Skits, I'm not kidding you. I went to Red Lobster and asked them and wrote it down.
This is straight up.
That's how much and I had my dad drive me over there. That's how hardcore I was. That's
Nice,
how
nice.
I'm a youngster. I was a kid, but I had to know. I had to know. I'm glad that you're back, Liz. I was making sure that you didn't get captured.
He sent out the SWAT, so heads up on that.
No, anytime where you're dealing with large amounts of like homeless people, like there's always that stereotype of the crazy people, but most homeless people are peaceful and just are having a bad row in life, like
How many of us are just one paycheck away from being homeless?
everybody, especially nowadays with inflation, we're all 2 or 3 away,
Exactly.
And so, but like, I know I worked in the same area. There's just some crazy people down there. In that area, I was spit in my face. Someone threw boiling hot coffee in my face.
Oh my God.
It's happened to me more than once. It's the strangest feeling when a hot liquid hits your face and you feel it sticking to your skin,
Mhm.
Downtown, like, I came from downtown LA to downtown Portland, and downtown Portland was more hardcore than downtown LA. And
Really?
this was in 02, 03, 04. But Portland didn't get kidnapped. Like, you think we're playing? Portland is no joke. And it was peaceful back then when I lived there compared to now, It's sad. It's sad what things turn into. It's just sad how
For
people
real.
like I could say that about LA. Like LA, like 25 years ago, I would get lost in the fabric district of Los Angeles. I'm scared to take my kid there now.
When did you start your passion with sewing and fabric and all that?
It was more or less like I've always had it, but it was one of those things that like I would hide it because like I'll never forget I had a girlfriend and like we moved in together and she looks at me and she's like, why do you want a sewing machine? But I always had the example of my father. My father had his own sewing machine. So I never attributed it to being a female thing. And I've always grown up close knit with my family. And so I was a sick kid. And so I would always be at my grandma's house. My grandma had a pedal sewing machine. She had like a 19. I actually have one of her sewing machines in here. Like she had a bunch of really fancy stuff. So I was always around. It was part of my culture. And so I never, like, even when I was out on my own, like something would go wrong, I'd patch my clothes, you know? Do you sew, Skits?
I do not beyond very, very basic hand stitching that I learned in the army. I in my Amazon on my Amazon shopping list, I still have I forget which sewing machine I talked to you and Kitty about for a while a long time ago.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's one that I got a recommendation for, and I swear I'm still gonna buy it because I do want to really learn how to sew, and because it's I have a lot of things that, especially like easy stuff like sewing on patches and
Yep.
or just repairing. I got lots of lots of clothes that I'd love to get repaired. I don't have the heart to throw away because be it they're sentimental or just very handy clothes. It's something. It's a skill that's very helpful. And it's too bad for the longest time it was associated with femininity, and there were a lot.
Yep.
I in junior high and high school I took home ec, because I loved how to cook, and that's primarily what they did there, and B, that's where most of the girls were too. So it was like, okay, I can do something I'm very passionate about and be around the attractive girls all day and be anyway. But yeah, so it's unfortunate because it's a super handy skill that I wish I knew more about currently.
If you're single, you should come with me to a sewing convention and you won't be after. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'll take you to a sewing convention and you'd be like, holy cow, it's so much fun. I always meet people when I go to a sewing convention because they walk up to me and they're like, you sew? I'm like, oh, I have a YouTube channel.
I hope you're also godless.
You know what? I don't even think about it because you're like, with the name, you're either gonna love me or hate me. But people let me know right off the bat.
Right off the
Because there's been a few like major sewing YouTubers, I will not name you. One I regularly chat with. She's a woman who lives in the UK. Like, I always make comments on her video. She has thousands and thousands of subscribers, but people in the UK are more used to people being atheists. They're more used to someone like that. When I talk to people in America, they freak out at my name.
Yeah, we're a pretty evangelical kind of country here.
Yeah. And that's
God, what
another
was
thing. Like what Butterfly on my wall is saying, like, I wear this to a sewing convention and people love me. That's the thing. Like it doesn't matter who you are as long as you're not offensive, like you're not being mean to people, Like I walked into the LA Convention Center with vulgar patches on. The cops kind of looked at me as I walked in with my coffee and my camera. That was back when I had my Nikon. But like, I had a time of my life. Absolute time of my life.
God, what was it? Was it the singer? Do you happen to remember what it was? Like was it 9960 or?
Actually, it's probably in my phone. If you ever sent it to me, like I don't know how to clear these things half the time.
Gosh, I can't remember because I must have. It's no longer on my list because it's been sitting there
but those
for
are.
so long.
But I probably said this to you before. Like, I own what's called a Shark Euro Pro. Okay, it's like a $50 or $60 machine you can get at Target. That thing, excuse me, that thing throws down a perfect stitch. The other day, my Husqvarna was acting up. I whipped that thing out. I haven't used it in years. It fired right up, and it's what's considered a cheap sewing machine. It finished one of my goats, So I'm not a sewing snob in any way, shape, or form. Like, if your machine works, it works.
So I
Even
just
sorry.
recently ripped, I think it's a pocket or something like that on my leather coat. Is that something you would take to you would use on a machine, or you would hand stitch, or would you take that somewhere? Or because I would know leather is probably a little more difficult than this big typical fabric.
Really, hold on, really quick. You have to say that again.
Yeah.
Sorry. Butterfly on my wall. We love everyone around here. My father was a hardcore Republican, and
My father currently is.
my mom still calls herself a Kennedy Democrat, and they loved each other and had an army of children. You can be different and get along with people, you know. You can
Absolutely.
totally be different than somebody, you know. Honestly, I don't want to hang out with someone who's like me.
Uh-oh.
I want to be around people I like, because we learn and grow from each other. You know,
Absolutely.
I love going to metal shows. I dated a young lady where that's all she did. And she got me hooked into going to festivals. And I would have never known if she hadn't taken me to Ozfest. I would have never known,
That was
you
my
know.
first concerts I ever went to was Ozfest.
Oh, some of the best bands ever. Like, do you remember what year?
2000.
Oh, did you see System of the Down?
No, I saw Disturbed.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I remember that ticket.
Pantera was there.
Oh,
Static X.
you know what's so sad? They've like Phil and has lost his damn mind, but I've seen Pantera a bunch of times.
They were nuts. Of course, Ozzy. But yeah, I was really there to see Disturbed mostly because I really liked them at the time.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
It was my first concert, let alone music festival. It was pretty sick.
And I really quick before I go off too much about music, one of the things that gets me in trouble is because I don't see people as left or right. I don't see people as like, oh, you're right wing or you're left wing. I can't believe I'm gonna say this, and I'm stealing it from somebody that says it all the time. But when we say right wing and left wing, it's the same bird. Like, we live in the same country, eat the same food, do the same things,
Absolutely.
I just there's a lot of artificial strife, and yes, I'm stealing that from Doc Fearsome, but we make up these categories to be mad at each other. And like, I just, as someone who's a traveler who's traveled around, like, we're more alike than we think we are.
Yeah, so many of us are just like single issue, like, oh, we don't agree on this issue, therefore we are enemies. And
Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm in an actual sewing group with a bunch of women in their 70s, one of which who I think gave me COVID. This was months ago.
Gave me herpes. Like, oh my.
No, she's an evangelical Christian and she got COVID, and she's like, isn't it ironic I gave you COVID because you try to avoid? I'm like, I don't avoid Christians, I avoid people who give me COVID.
No, I was actually expected, not ironic. Like,
no, but I hang out with people who are from different planets than I am, but we have a common love for sewing, so we come together and giggle for an hour and a half,
Absolutely.
I think sometimes we spend too much time on what our differences are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know when I came online, I have never talked so much about race and sexuality. In my real life, no one ever talks about it. No one brings it up. We're like, hey, did you see the Kings game last night? Like,
go Niners.
Like, I literally have a mannequin that's wearing a Kings beanie and that's full Los Angeles Kings gear. Let's see if I could. I'm more concerned about the Kings hockey season than I am about certain issues.
For real. Man.
No, I think we waste our time. That's why, honestly, I sit at home, watch old episodes of MacGyver, and mind my own business. And I I'm like, instead of like getting in people's business, I'm gonna make a coat.
There you go.
No, I'm not kidding you, and I'm not even trying to call people out because I am the definition of no joke, but I don't even care. Ever since I stopped streaming during the day with certain people, I have become 100% more productive because I take that time, and that same time I would sit there for 3-4 hours streaming on a Wednesday, I now make a coat. Or like I'm in this weird phase of learning how to make stirrups.
That sounds like a weird phase.
Well,
What
horse
pretel brought
people.
this on?
Oh, I ride horses,
I did not
but
know that about you.
but because I work with people with special needs, the stables are people like we incorporated it into our job, and
Okay.
like that's why I don't take a lot of pictures because at my job you get fired because people with special needs they don't have YouTube accounts, they don't have like you know what I'm saying, they're not volunteering for they don't know that their picture is going to be shared around the world, and it's our
Yeah.
duty to protect
It's a
people that
release
have.
of information kind of thing. Like,
Yeah, at my job you literally get fired for sharing the
yeah,
client, the people that work there, like
very similar. I work in mental health, so very, very similar. Like any sort, if they're at some like big event and they're there and somebody takes a picture, I have to like get a physical signature release of information, circle picture and things like that. I mean,
exactly,
it's a bit
exactly.
different for you because I would imagine I don't know how I would imagine how would that work with their like being
Well,
liable for contracts and things like that?
we just like it's funny you would say that because all we can really do is fire someone. But because I was raised around people with special needs, it's a breach of privacy
Okay.
because people have the right to exist without being I'm weird. Like that's one reason I don't put my kid in my YouTube videos. Like I don't like I don't know. I think sometimes people exploit what they're going through. Does that
Yeah.
does that sound like so? Because I live it, I don't necessarily. I think people exploit children too much. I think people exploit people with special needs. There's way too much virtue signaling going on, and so I try to like. I don't know. People have the right to. If someone wants to be online, they will be. Like I know someone who's special needs who has a YouTube channel. They walk around on their phone and rant, but they're an adult and they want to be involved in that, you know?
I would imagine it's also as like a lot of like autism and other aspects, and it's like it's a spectrum, right? Like
Mhm.
somebody who can be very high functioning and you can be okay, yeah, fine, take a picture of me, it's cool, versus somebody who may not understand what's happening and be just used as an exploitation device or as a
Exactly.
pawn, as a tool, as a prop.
Very much so. And Autism Speaks did that, and that's what really like traumatized me. And so because I saw a major corporation, I'm like, you guys are just using people because they don't like in California, we have what's called a regional center. For as much as I talk trash about them, they help people with special needs. They
Okay.
actually have programs. They have inspections on facilities. They have a purpose. Autism Speaks is a bunch of people with nice yachts. They every
Fair,
time
fair.
someone says that, like if you work in the charity world, you're not getting rich even if you do make money, you know. And so people that do get rich off of charities, I look at them like, hmm, hmm, how did you get here and how much money are you extorting?
For real, right? I mean,
Because well, like how many people have been busted with the Wounded Warrior Project?
yeah. Like I work with a couple of nonprofits and I'm on the board of at least one. And it's a for us at least, it's all volunteer. It's non-paid position. Nobody's
Mhm,
making money, and that's how it
exactly.
should be. I'm not there to make money. I'm there to help, do what my nonprofit does, and, house veterans. And yeah, it's disgusting when, something like that gets exploited, as you mentioned, Wounded Warrior Project and other issues like that. It's you take something an issue, especially like veterans or cancer or
Oh.
anything like that, and you oh, disgusting. Special place in hell.
There was a woman who my mom had breast cancer. And so my father was always susceptible to charities. Okay. Anytime a breast cancer charity would come up, oh, I'll give you everything, you know. Well, there was one woman that my dad donated like $5,000 to her charity. Okay.
That's a big chunk.
We later found out that she was lying. She just shaved her head.
Fucking bullshit.
But I will say, for all anger, this particular individual went to jail.
Good. Did your
Hey,
father get
Mark
his money back
Short,
by
how's
chance?
it going? This person went to jail, you know?
Did your dad get his money back by chance, or
Yeah.
just?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he did. Good.
But
Good.
they,
Glad to hear
but
that.
they like it was on the news. There was a relief set up, you know. They basically went in her bank account
Hi, Mark.
and
Sorry.
and they went in her bank account. How's it going, Mark Short? They went in her bank account and were like, all right, you're paying everything back.
Yoink.
Do you remember Miss Cleo?
The psychic?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so true story. She's still on in Canada.
Are you
She's not-
serious?
So this woman made so much. She ripped off so many people. Hey, dog, how's it going? Okay, so before I forget, Miss Cleo, and she brags about this. You can watch it on YouTube. When I'm having a bad day, I pull it up. She made so much money that when the U.S. government came to her, they were like, "You have to pay us $200 million." She paid it back in cash.
She's like, pulled out one of those little money guns.
Holy money belt, Batman. That's a lot. It's like she was waiting for him. Like she had made so much money and she moved to Canada with the rest of her money. She lives in Canada now.
Now Canada's like, I hear you have a lot of money.
So sad and true fact. Hey, Doc, love the eye.
Hey, Doc.
Any country will allow you to move there if you have money. I attempted to move to Australia and they were like, if you earn this and this, come right in our country. You know?
It's funny. The night of oh god, what was it? The night that Trump was elected the first time. I was on like, how to move to Canada. And it was so many people were doing that. It actually crashed their website.
Canada doesn't play. They're smart. They actually have hardcore immigration rules against Americans.
Yeah, right.
Like if you're from Japan, they'll let you walk right into Canada. If you're from America, they're like, no, we have a list. Do you have this? You'd be surprised though how many Americans oh, sorry, I'm like looking to see who I haven't made a mod. How many as moderator? How many Americans have felonies? I'm sorry, I need to spit that out. How many Americans? Like it's shocking. So if you have a felony of any kind, sorry, go ahead.
No, I do not have a felony.
What's it called? They do not play. They do not. So if you and okay, good. Hey, Doc, say something else. I think you're a moderator now. So sorry. One track mind. Canada is because I actually know someone that attempted to move there and they do not play. And if you attempt to sneak back in their country after they tell you not to, they take your picture and they say, if you come back, we'll put you in jail for 25 years.
But is it in Canada? I win. Something else.
There you are. You're
now.
Blue.
No one's ever done that joke before.
No, but I always thought that was interesting because imagine how many people try to flee from America to Canada. You know, it's really changed.
It is. Like for a while, I was a correctional officer, and we had this one lady who was a Canadian citizen who we kept getting arrested for alcohol related charges and things like that. but she was on an expired visa, and she kept, the judge was like, "Oh, keep this up, and we'll deport you." And it's like, yet, like, we had, Mexicans come in and get a DUI or just a drunk in public, and they deport that fucker right away.
Yep.
But like, but the white lady here, who has like 18 charges and keeps getting arrested, she's not getting deported. What the hell's happening here? Yeah.
Do you know when Trump had a mass deportation? And it was mainly the people who were obviously not from America. So if you had an accent, they came after you, and it was still asking the question. Still to this day, I want to know how many Canadians are illegally in America.
For real?
And it's a higher
easy.
It's a higher percentage. Well, I don't know how it is now, but in both cases of Mexico and Canada, back in the day, you can just walk over. And I've been to Vancouver Island quite a few times with the hippie, you walk up and there's some woman like with dreads, like, do you want some mushrooms? Like, Canada's crazy. Canada
I'm
is crazy.
ashamed I've never been to Canada or Mexico.
What?
Yeah, the only countries I've been to outside of the United States, I had a gun at the moment, and it was
Mexico isn't what it used to be, but it was like tourist heaven. And Canada, like, as far as tourism goes, they have some of the most beautiful places on earth. Canada is just gorgeous. It's just breathtakingly beautiful, I can't even like but the one stereotype is that not all Canadians are nice. I rode from Vancouver to Saskatoon. Not all Canadians are not.
Some are just plain dicks.
But you know what? You could say that about any, like,
oh, absolutely.
When people come to America, okay, they think of New York, Los Angeles. That's it. They don't think of the people that live in Seattle. They don't think of Florida, Wyoming. Like, no one ever thinks of Wyoming because Wyoming is the least populous state in America.
Right.
Well, actually,
the United States doesn't think about Wyoming.
Well, it's Nevada, then Wyoming, but Nevada is uninhabitable and Wyoming is just depressing. I'm sorry, I've been there. If you live in Wyoming, I love you.
but not your state. We love you. Please get help. Mesa all blue.
Oh. It took me a moment to get what that was. Thank you for doing the Jar Jar. My mom once dated a bodybuilder from Canada who was wanted by the FBI. He ended up getting deported.
Oh shit!
If you take off the alphabet, guys, they'll kick you out.
Yeah,
I knew. When I was a kid, I love telling this. When I was a kid, I knew some pretty tough individuals, some hardcore gangster types, and I was at my friend's house. We were all smoking a blunt. We thought we were tough. Well, we met this guy named Alex, and Alex just would hang out. He lived in the apartment complex. He'd come hang out to the pool. He was a cool guy. He'd hang out all the time. So we're in my buddy's living room. We're smoking a blunt. We think we're so tough. We're so gangster. Literally 4 men in suits opened the door. They didn't knock. They didn't. They opened the door. They walked right in. They flashed their badges. They said, they were like, "Where's Alex?" All the toughest men on earth. Everyone was like, "2 doors down, sir. Do you need us to go get him for you?"
Would you like us to go get him, sir?
I almost threw up. I was a kid. I almost threw up. I was so scared.
We're told I never rat on a friend. He's right down there.
Well, I walked outside, and there were like 15 black SUVs and a bunch of cop cars.
Oh shit.
He long story short, he dated a minor and he absconded from Camp Pendleton. Your federal property. Your federal property. He absconded.
Was he a soldier or was he just
he was in camp, he was in boot camp.
So he went AWOL.
Yeah. He went real life, and I didn't even know that was real. I didn't even know that was. So if you're ever in the military, and I don't know about anywhere else, but in California, they'll send the feds after you, bro.
Dude. After I got out of the army, right? I had this girl. I was his girlfriend, and she joined the Army. I was like, okay, whatever. And we kind of lost track. We lost touch. We broke up while she was in basic training. And God, I feel like a jerk just for saying that. But anyway, a few months later, she's at my front door. I'm like, oh, we kind of pick up where the relationship left off, and I'm like, whatever happened to the Army thing? Yeah. She's like, oh, it didn't work out. Whatever. I'm like, okay, shit like that happens. Yeah, at the time I was working in law enforcement. I was a correctional officer, and I see her get hooked up. I'm like, what happened? Like, oh yeah, she was AWOL, and she deserted, and yeah, we have some questions for you. I'm like, what?
Do not play. You go AWOL, because you're government property.
For real.
And so they want to know where their property's going.
Where our property be at.
Thank you, butterfly on my wall. I learned a very valuable lesson that day. That the FBI was real. That they do not play. They will come with the big guns. Like, don't go AWOL. And I grew up in a military family, and I grew up with a bunch of like old men telling war stories. My dad told, like, in Vietnam, people would wander off in the jungle. That's a little different. And some never came home, never came home, Yeah,
I never, in my deployment, I never had the desire to leave, outside when we were actually doing missions. Like, I don't want to go out there. Like, there are mean people with guns out there.
Yeah. I was always told, like, growing up in a military family my whole life, they would always tell me, don't join the military. You can't take instructions. Don't. My dad was career, and even went in years after he retired, he was still a part of the military, and he would tell me all the time, don't join. He took me to the recruiting office, and he was like, don't. Well,
no.
It was different back then because I have like real asthma, and they ask you, do you have asthma? Yes. And they're like, okay, have a good day.
The military has a waiver for everything.
Yeah.
Except for asthma.
Yeah. Well, I've said this since I was a kid. I would cost them more money than make them money. And in any business, that's not viable.
Yeah, cost risk analysis says no.
My cousin and I actually, two of my cousins and I are the only men in our family to not serve in the military, in one way or the other, since the Revolutionary War.
Wow. So you're the only two smart ones.
You can't. I'm not gonna be telling my Lieutenant Dan story. That's all.
Lieutenant Dan ain't got no legs.
I love that movie. Lieutenant Dan had a family member that died in every war.
Every damn war.
Was mad at Forrest.
Don't let me die.
And that Saving Private Ryan thing is true too, because if you have a certain amount of family members serving, they send you home.
Yeah, like a hardship discharge.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it's bloodlines, because as far as my last name goes, it's not as uncommon. It's not common, but it's not as uncommon as I thought. And my brother was in Afghanistan for 20 years. He did not his whole career, because he joined in 96, but he was there for off and on his whole career in Iraq and Afghanistan, and he found out a lot of people with our last name.
Speaking of the 90s and the military, do you remember? I spent a lot of my childhood, collecting baseball cards and football cards. Do you remember the Gulf War cards that came out?
I'm gonna trip you up. Which ones, though? The Saddam Hussein ones?
Well, no, I have actually a deck of that, but no, they were they did like trading cards of like soldiers and everything. Like they were just like baseball cards, but like it was like a soldier, money opposing with a gun instead of actual
It's
really
really
Ricky Henderson
funny.
or something.
They did that in my hometown for the cops.
Are you serious?
For the sheriffs. They did. And my uncle was a sheriff.
Oh
We did
God,
evil things to his car. Evil things to his car.
evil things.
You know, you give him bunny ears, give him devil horns, you know. No, I think because I'm moving, I've been going through all my stuff, but I think I have a deck of the Iraq cards.
Oh, like the like all the different terrorists and things like that.
You know what's so funny? In during the first shock and awe, I could honestly name every single person in Iraq. The other day I was looking at those cards, I was like, I don't know who any of these people are. Besides Saddam, you know.
Yeah, besides Saddam, right?
Yeah.
And he looks so different, like when we captured him versus when he was at his quote unquote prime.
I'm an army reject. I was an athlete and I can shoot better than most, but I was crap at writing and they rejected me. Oh, that's crazy.
Sounds like you would have been a great infantryman or
Yeah.
men. Yeah.
I know for a fact that I know someone that was dumber than a box of rocks, but was willing to do anything. So they just kept on promoting this person because they
How
were.
do you think I got my stripes back there?
They were literally willing to do. He even admitted he's like, I was willing to do anything, and they just kept sending me back.
There are some soldiers who are like that, and the army needs good soldiers.
Again, I'm really bad at. It's not that I'm bad at taking instructions. I ask questions, and
Which is bad at taking.
Yeah. I have this like I know I don't show it, but I have this like Spock logic about things sometimes, you know, where I'm like, that's not necessarily the most logical thing. Let's review this.
You want me to take that hill?
You know what? I'll jump out of a plane, but I want to inspect my parachute first.
You see, I was a paratrooper. I did not want to touch my chute. I'm like, I will fuck that up.
It's really funny. I actually know how to fold a parachute. I'll show you. It's it's crazy. I learned from my pops, but like I'm thinking about
my wings.
I'm thinking and I'm gonna give it away on stream because I might do it one day if I ever get famous or just lose a couple more brain cells. I'm thinking about making my own parachute and jumping out of a plane with it.
Oh, that would be terrifying.
I'm thinking about. I have been for a while now because, like, if you think about it, NASA spacesuits were originally made by a group of women who were in a sewing circle, and NASA came to them and they were like, "Hey, make us suits with this material." And so the original NASA suits were made by someone's grandma.
Fun fact. So there is one color. Yeah, this is at least the story. Because parachutes have to get torn, but rather than replace them, they patch them up, right?
Yep.
There's one color they say that when you look up and if you see this color patch, you need to pull your reserve, and that's blue. Because that is the sky, not a patch. And you're like,
I don't know why I was waiting for that. It's true though. It's so true. That's my number one fear though, because again, I grew up son of an engineer. My father worked for NASA, Boeing. I have this jacket that I cut the sleeves off. It's literally one of the planes that he helped make. Okay, in the aircraft design world, when they make something big, they use a lot of small parts. And then they add it more and more. So when you see a wing, it's secure for a reason. Because there's 100,000 screws in that thing, you know. So I was stupidly thinking if you built a parachute that way. I know a psycho who does a squirrel suit in Arizona over like stadiums and stuff.
That's nuts.
Like, and then I say a psycho because you have to be crazy to do stuff.
You gotta be fucking nuts.
But he's a professional skydiver,
Professionally nuts.
and Where I live, I could literally pay someone and they would let me stupidly jump out of a plane with my homemade parachute.
No doubt, right?
Because oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was after I got out, you know, when I jumped out of planes, right? It was a static line jump, and it was a very different process than free fall jumps that they do. You know, when you jump out, you make yourself with a static line, you make yourself small. You tuck yourself into a little ball, and then as you're jumping out, and then it pulls your ripcord. Whereas with accelerated free falls, normal skydiving, you make yourself as big as possible. You do this kind of thing with your arms and legs. So I went through like the training course because I didn't want to do a tandem jump. I wanted to do it by myself when I got out, right? And was confident I had enough training with my airborne experience plus whatever training they would put me through that I could do it. So, I'm practicing, practice jumping out, go like that, go like that. All right. So I'm in the plane. I'm holding on to the side of the plane. They're like, ready? I'm like, all right. And I jump out. And the first thing I do, I go back to my instincts that I've been training and I just start spinning. I'm like, and I'm just sitting there looking at my camera going, this isn't right.
Yeah.
Finally, I'm like, oh yeah. And finally, and then they came down, they helped me adjust and everything. I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm good. I'm counting my blessings. I'm done skydiving. I'm all right.
I want to I have the chops. Like I think I have the chops for skydiving because I've been bungee jumping.
Oh.
But the entire time in my head when I was falling down, I was telling myself, don't puke, don't puke, don't puke, don't throw up on yourself, do not embarrass yourself. Everyone's
do not
watching.
Shit yourself at the bottom of this.
There's a list. There's a list. I'm serious. So I don't know if Sky.
Oh
I've just had this crazy idea of making my own parachute, and
cool.
and I don't. It's not even for views. It's just one of those challenges, like challenge myself, because I work with Canvas.
Have you ever heard of the content creator and storyteller Mr. Ballin?
No.
He's really good. He tells stories that true stories, of either murder mysteries or just events that happen. But he's a really good storyteller. He's former special forces. But one of his stories was about bungee jumping. So this lady had she had this big fear of heights and everything like that, but she wanted to conquer her fears with this bungee jumping, right? So she convinced her boyfriend on their anniversary to go out there. So they go out to this bridge and there's a big line of people, a bunch of people doing this bungee jumping. And she's kind of getting tunnel vision. She's kind of starting to freak out a bit, right? So her and her boyfriend, as they progressively get closer and closer to the front of the line, she's like, "Okay, we're next," right? And she hears, they're getting her all suited up and getting the lanyards on. Her boyfriend is, there too, and then she hears, "Ready, jump," and she jumps. But they weren't talking to her. They were talking to her boyfriend, who was already hooked up to the bungee. And there's video. There's still frames of her just jumping off this bridge without being hooked up. And obviously, she did not make it. But yeah, and it was a horrible. That's ready jump, and she was not hooked up at all.
That's an awful story. I'm gonna have nightmares about that. Oh, that's awful. See, I have I've never bungee jumped. The only way I jump out of a plane is if I was chased out by flames. By the way, is one of the greatest James Bond openings ever. I believe it's Moonraker. Don't quote me. I can't remember, but they where Jaws and James Bond fight. They're like fighting. They jump out of a plane. James Bond jumps with no chute. Oh, that was such a good movie. Oh, that was such a good movie. Yeah, that would give me see, that's why people don't bungee jump. Skid scratch. That's why people don't.
For real, right?
I'm a bit of a thrill seeker, and I'm like, I don't do necessarily the most conventional things.
I mean, jumping out with your own parachute is fucking nuts.
I've been thinking about it, and logistically, I can do it, And sometimes, like, as human beings, we put ourselves in certain situations and we run all these scenarios through our head and we do all this crazy stuff. And sometimes, like, you just have to put one foot in front of the other. I'm not
Oh yeah.
encouraging anyone to jump out of a plane. Do not take medical advice from Godless Sewing or life advice. I'm just saying.
Well, I remember, I think it was either the first or second time I actually, had to jump out of a plane, and there was this little 5 foot nothing young lady in front of me, and she went through all the same training. I'm like, if she can jump out of this plane, I can jump out of this plane. And she jumped out like, fuck it, here we go.
That's crazy. It just takes a certain kind of person, I've always noticed, like, in the more extreme world, it just takes. I was talking to Liz about how when I lived in Portland, trains run through the city all the time. You knew someone was local because they would literally just walk over. They would hop the train and jump off on the other side. To the average person who doesn't grow up around trains, it's scary. And I remember the first time I stood there, I saw literally someone who was 4'9" laugh at me, jump on a train, and keep going. So I was like, oh, I gotta do this. And then it just kind of became a way of life. But if you didn't live in Portland on this certain side of town, like, it's the strangest thing.
Yeah, I remember
Great movie. When
I was growing up, we one of the things was there was a railroad track that we would walk along it all the time. We were never crazy enough to jump onto a moving train by any stretch of the imagination. I had those things terrified. My parents always told me they would stick you underneath and they would chop you up in little bits and kill you. But thanks, parents, for giving me a train phobia. But there was a little stint between where we lived and where all the stores were, the video store and the arcade and all that. But it was a bridge over the highway. So there was this good stretch that, you had to go over this bridge, which was the railroad tracks. And so we'd always like, all right, we got to make sure there's no trains coming. It was a very, not as crazy as, what's that movie with all the kids? Anyway, but yeah, it was pretty nuts though, because my brother he has cerebral palsy, so he wasn't a real fast runner. So we had to make sure that you have to be able to get across this before the train comes, because if you're halfway, you're
so dangerous. Oh my gosh. The second you said cerebral palsy, the parent in me was like, nope, no, right. Jump the train. Oh, wow. It's dangerous, though. Like, I don't know how many people a year die from it in that same spot that I used to. And when you said sucked under, it does happen.
Oh, does it really? Okay.
Heck yeah.
I always thought that was just like a threat.
But that's more like people who are real train hoppers. And I heard, of course, in Portland, Oregon, I met like a real like boxcar hobo, because there's different types. There were like the people that lived under the river that permanently smelled like campfires. There were the real boxcar hobos. And they would say, like, in Texas is one of the largest train yards in America. And so they would always have to get off in Texas and then basically walk around onto the other side of the train yard. But they would say, like, the train yards are more dangerous because the feds are walking around arresting hobos. But again, like, the average person couldn't even imagine that lifestyle. There's people that still do that 1920s hobo style, like boxcar hobo stuff,
Like, that's amazing. Like, I'm sure it's for somebody who, doesn't have, for that kind of, who enjoys that kind of lifestyle, it's gotta be thrilling. It's like, I'm just going to go here now. I'm going to hop on this train, do the whole, boxcar Billy or whatever.
I rode it over the Willamette one time and it was terrifying. So I don't know how somebody and the train track literally goes over the river. So when you're on the city train, it's a covered train. It's just a normal train. But when you're on, like, hanging on a train, you realize, like, oh, if I let go, I could fall 400 feet into the river right now.
I'm gonna die.
There was a picture in the UK where they found these guys were basically trying to immigrate into the UK, and they found them on the rudder of a giant ship. 3 men sat there for 18 days. I need to look that story up. I don't know how they survived. I don't, and imagine for 18 days sitting in the sitting position. I would go crazy.
I hurt just thinking about it. Like,
oh yeah, and let me look that up. I wonder if they're on Twitter. To Twitter. But there was a picture of. I was like, that's the most insane thing ever. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. But I couldn't imagine. And people do that to get to America. I don't know. That's a different discussion for a different day. But like, I just thought it was crazy that they even survived being on the ship like that. You know?
yeah. And it's funny going back to the train thing and the bridge crossings, and actually Mr. Ballin, as a matter of fact, he just a couple of weeks ago did another story about there was a bridge, I forget where it was, and they call it like there was a troll under the bridge, and the troll would kill people, and so they it was just an urban legend. So they would go up there. So these couple of kids went up there, a boy and a girl, and they went up there and they go across the bridge. These railroad tracks are on. And they see this big, light coming at them. And of course, it's a train. So they try to jump down on either side of the thing and hold on to the railing that's being suspended above a big gulch. He was able to hold on where, unfortunately, she was not. But,
oh my gosh!
But they're like, yeah, and the troll claims another one. And it was all their fault. I mean, it was their fault. There was signs and several fences saying "Do not enter," but they just
That's awful. I'm gonna try to pull this picture up on Twitter because it's just unreal what people do to themselves. Amazing. I learned. Typing is one of those skills that once you learn it, you do not lose it as long as you use it.
My mom taught me to type on her old typewriter before computers were around.
Let me see if I can get a. Okay, good. Okay, let me get in here. I'm super rusty at streaming. I used to stream all the time, and it's been like a year and a half. So it takes me a minute to figure things out. Chrome tab, Nigerian men on chip. Can you see that?
Yes. Oh my.
That's
where they were sitting?
Yes. Yes, and they survived for I don't know how long. I would have a panic attack and be like, I'm shark food. I'm shark food.
I'm gonna fucking die.
I would have a full blown.
Was that underwater? Like, that's gotta. Oh my god! And it just gotta. There's not much to hold on to.
At all. And when I initially saw it on Sky News because I don't sleep at night. And 11 o'clock at night on the West Coast is 7 a.m. in London. And so I watch their morning news all the time, because I'm sewing. It's just people talking. And I had it up. I had it up on the big TV, and I was like, "Is that real life?" And even Kay Burley, all the UK people I stream with, they make fun of me because I say I have a crush on Kay Burley, and she's like 25 years older than me, and I don't care. I don't care. But anyways, she was like, "This is crazy." Like, look, she was like, I don't care. And she's hardcore conservative. Because I watch it's not Fox News, but they're conservative. And she was like, look at this. Look what people are doing to come to our country. Like, let the guys in. and they sat there for more than 2 weeks or something crazy. I couldn't do it.
That's nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't do it. No way. No way. But when you see images like that, and imagine how cold the Atlantic Ocean is. Just
Fucking cold.
they went through the entire Middle Passage. Basically, they
Yeah.
that's a
You know the
long.
part where it killed all those people in the Titanic? Yeah, they went through that. Like
It just trips me out when I see that.
that is
Ugh.
crazy.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
where were they immigrating from?
Nigeria to London to the UK. But right now in the UK, it's on an island. England,
Yeah.
so people there's ferries and boats, but we in America we call them coyotes, but I don't know what they call them in the UK, but they have a lot of people that have their own little boats or skiffs and they take them across the channel. But do you know how violent the English Channel is? So here's the thing, here's the humanitarian part. You're like, okay, all these people are dying to come here, but also like they're going through some of the most treacherous waters on little boats. And this ain't Gilligan's Island,
For
this
real,
is like
right?
real life,
This is a fucking Atlantic Ocean. Like,
There's this one rapper, he's from somewhere that wasn't America, and he kind of told a story about how nah, man, he was on a banana boat and he floated for 2 weeks to come to America.
that's nuts.
And the average person can't even fathom that. Catch me in line at Starbucks and make me wait 5 minutes and I'll go full Karen. Could you imagine? I don't go to Starbucks anymore, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I haven't stepped into a Starbucks. God, I'm old. And when I say I'm old school. Once coffee was over more than $2, I'm like, this is not America. Coffee used to be a quarter.
Back in my day. Oh.
I just want a cup of Joe, man. Like, I'm addicted to coffee. It's my blood type, I just want a cup of Joe.
A,
They
B,
charge
C.
they charge so they were lucky. They
Yeah.
had big C's. They'd get washed off so easily. Exactly. There's so many bad things that can happen. Yeah. Let's see if he's probably driven his grandmother crazy by now.
That's what grandkids are for.
My mom has a doctorate with people, especially if there's ever a babysitter, she is she runs a facility for people with special needs. She loves to hang out. I saw blueberry flavored coffee last week and almost died. Coffee flavored coffee. That is so Portland. Blueberry flavored. That is so Portland, Oregon. That was one thing when I lived there. When I moved up north, that's one stereotype that's real. Between he does read all the comments too, Butterfly. He does. Between Seattle and Oregon, I had never seen so many coffee shops in my life. I have never seen so many coffee shops in my life. Hey, how's it going? You there?
No, he's not.
I have never seen so many coffee shops in my life that I had seen in between. Well, I lived in Oregon, but I would go to Seattle all the time, and I'd never seen so many coffee shops. They do not play up north. And you see certain brands down here, they have full shops up north. Seattle's Best has its own store. Here they sell it at Carl's Jr. or something,
Yeah, I just drink whatever coffee I happen to brew in the office.
Still to this day, I will proudly say I'm not a coffee snob.
I think it's mostly Foster's or whatever, and not the free stuff though. I won't. Typically, I won't do instant coffee unless I'm really struggling.
How's it going, Chaos?
All right, how you guys doing?
There is.
Good, good.
Yeah, brother, how you doing, man?
Not bad. Just got off my DoorDash shift.
Awesome. Do you know my ex-wife's stepdad got me hooked on instant coffee. He would
Oh yeah.
he would smoke still to this day. He was a big biker type Fu Manchu, angriest person I've ever known. I'm gonna say something from the bottom of my heart. If you smoke weed and you're angry all the time, you should stop smoking weed.
I don't know. That might be scary. What's keeping him down?
My favorite instant coffee, I don't remember what the brand was called, but it was like a Mexican brand, and I got it from Grocery Outlet. I had that almost 2 years ago when I was working. I remember like any morning when I didn't have enough time to make a pot of coffee, I'd make up of that. It was the best thing.
Was it Nescafe?
No, it had like a Mexican name. It was La. I don't remember. Like,
Oh, okay.
It was the product.
I got hooked on instant coffee. I'm not a snob. Like I won't, when in Rome is my motto. When in Rome. And I say this just to get a laugh, but I'll smoke swag. Like because in Arizona and other places they still smoke like the brick stuff. I'm not a snob. I don't care. I'll take an aspirin and smoke some swag. I'm not a snob.
Yeah, if it's good swag. I mean, I don't want, there's some stuff that I'm like, nah, it's got like dog hair in it. It came up off the carpet.
Half Labrador, half Maui Wowie.
Well, I discovered this when I was a kid. I dropped out of college and I moved back to Los Angeles, but I didn't move back to my hometown. And I had only known like Chronic, and then in Arizona they had swag, but we'd get buffalo chips. Like you'd buy a bag and it would be huge. It would be a huge thing of pot, In LA, they had real life swag, downtown brown, And like it was weird to me that people
it was all like pressed together and all the seeds would be like compacted into it.
Exactly.
We call it Mexican weed back then, but yeah, like
Oh yeah. And so because of that, I drink Mocona instant coffee, and it's better than the bitter crap they serve in the coffee shops here in Australia. It's weird. Sometimes I want bitter coffee. I'm a strange human being. I want to drink really strong coffee, but I also want to be able to taste the creamer and the sugar I put in it. A friend of mine called it
like half and half.
I used to, but like I have this weird thing where like it's the Big Lebowski thing where I let the half and half go. And so it turns into cream, and I have this bad habit of ruining my morning by putting bad half and half in my coffee.
Yeah. No fun.
So now I drink but you know what, I'm a bad example because I use creamer and sugar, and that stuff will make you huge and stop your heart. Like I drink a ton of coffee. Excuse me, I'm one of those people, if I cut sugar out of my diet, I would probably lose like 20 pounds. A long time ago, I would get migraines, and I went to the doctor, and they're like, well, tell me about your habit. And I'm like, I drink a pot of coffee and about 15 Pepsis a day.
Good God, man.
And the doctor looked at me and he's like, hey, idiot, just cut out the Pepsis. Just cut out the Pepsis and see what happens. I lost 15 pounds within 2 months. When I stopped drinking Pepsi.
Fuck, man.
Oh, yeah. I'm a coffee addict, though. Guys, I would imagine. Do you drink a lot of coffee?
Oh, I drink a shit ton. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Chaos, do you drink a lot?
I cut back quite a bit, but when I do drink it, like I drink like a big, like an 18-ounce mug or something.
I'm crazy. This is 40 ounces.
Jesus.
And these cups are usually like 10 to 15 bucks. I was at Ross and Isaiah said something really inappropriate that I won't even say on a stream. But he was like, that cup is really ha ha ha. And I was like, where? Because I knew it would be on sale. So I got it for $4. I'm proud of my dumb cup. I love
I will
instant
say,
coffee.
like back in high school, I was, like the guy who would drink like, 2 liter of Mountain Dew and 2 of the big rock stars. And that was like, my session, like, my jam session drink. We didn't drink those. So it would just be like all caffeine. And we had like a couple, like, mild heart attacks from that. And then I was like, okay, I gotta back off for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't make it through the night without coffee. I hear you, Doc. I hear you. I'm a coffee hound. Dude, I do not partake in Mountain Dew. Does Mountain Dew still have a ton of caffeine in it?
Oh, I'm sure.
I think they claim they dialed it back, but yeah, it's still pretty heavy.
Because like when I was a kid, I was addicted to Hawaiian Punch. Hawaiian Punch, the reason it had a punch is because it had caffeine. And it just doesn't taste the same without all the heart-stopping caffeine in it.
Yeah, I don't remember that. As long as I know, when I was a kid, Hawaiian Punch was always caffeine free, but probably a couple years after.
That stuff was like rocket fuel when I was a kid.
Now they sell I think it still has caffeine, but they sell the sugar-free Mountain Dew. It's like the Mexican cola.
Oh,
not sugar-free, but without corn syrup. So it's like natural sugar. I mean,
the only reason I say that is because that's the only soda that I've been told that will kill you fast. Like in America, everything that we eat, we consume will eventually erode our body parts. I get it. I'm an American.
They also say that it would like destroy your sperm or something like that, which I'm a living testament is not true.
Yeah.
I tried. I drank a lot of that stuff. I mean, I think if it's going to affect,
That's what I'm saying. But I've known someone that drank so much Pepsi, they had to get surgery on their esophagus. And spoiler, your esophagus is irreplaceable.
Right.
So they literally, for the rest of their life, they will have a valve, a man-made valve right here. And it's because oh man, I'm thinking of my son right now. It's because their parent let them drink Pepsi. I'm about to go empty my fridge right now.
Because their parent, excuse me, I'm going to go get rid of all that.
Because my parents were such hardcore disciplinarian, I'm like, kid, look, brush your teeth, wash your face, and we're going to eat whatever we feel like.
As long as you ain't stanky, we okay.
Regular exercise, because it's not the American diet that kills you. It's the American diet and binge watching like American Horror Story for 2 weeks and not moving is what kills you.
Yeah, our sedentary lifestyle sucks.
I will say, like doing DoorDash, you don't see a lot of it, but you do get those people who, when they order like McDonald's from like 2 blocks away, and you're like, really? Like it's 2 blocks?
Don't you judge me? Oh.
I still pick up. I order from a pizza place where I could literally walk to the end of my block and like see the back of their building. I go and pick it up. But that place has been around since I was a kid. It's an old school pizza parlor. I love the atmosphere. They have a stage. Like I love that place. No, I know what you're saying, Chaos. But that's
like, I remember when we were kids, we would like there's a Burger King down the street from actually it's still there down the street from where I used to live as a kid. Me and my friends, we would all like, get a few bucks from our parents and we would all get on our bikes and ride down to the Burger King. Like that always sticks out to me. It was like that's why we weren't fat, because we had to ride down there and get our cheeseburger. You know what I mean?
Like, my son is addicted to the 99-cent store. We walk there. It's within my neighborhood. We walk there, kill all the calories from. Do you know? Because I grew up really sheltered, there's a lot of things I didn't know about. I didn't know that like strawberry soda, grape soda, cherry soda existed until they put a 99-cent store in my town. And I went crazy the first time I found cherry soda.
You like to say
So I still get like a grape or cherry soda from the 99-cent store. It's so bad for you. It is. It's like, do you remember Dynatab? It's like soda cough syrup, basically.
Oh, Dimetap. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That stuff was so like I need some cough syrup. That stuff's so good.
I drunk order DoorDash too often, and I won't even drive half a block drunk. See, but that's different. You're drinking.
Well, that's good.
That's different.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like last night, I'll tell you. Oh, I can't believe I'm confessing this. My son was with my ex-wife, and I was like, "Oh, good, I don't have to cook." Sitting here by myself, and I'm like, I want to go to Burger King. I was ripped. I get in my car and I'm like, I want 2 of these. And I didn't go caring. The young lady was like, that'll be $14. I looked at I go to the counter. I was like, what did I order?
For half the menu, sir.
I paid. I shut my mouth because I worked fast food. I said, I am so sorry. I'm an idiot. Here's the money.
Here's the money.
Please excuse the mess that I am. Excuse me, please. And freaking no, it just made me laugh. Like I even do it. So I am not condemning anyone. I literally did the stereotypical sort of thing last night. And then walked in and my son totally shamed me. Totally shamed me. He's like, "Oh, you won't feed me this stuff, but you'll feed it to yourself, huh?"
Yep.
It's true though.
Welcome to adulthood.
It's true. I'm not picky. He's extremely picky. I'm not picky. Like I said, I'll eat a McChicken. I'll eat a but it'll make
Actually,
you
that sounds good right now, McChicken.
it'll make you McHuge though. That's the problem.
That's
though.
true with all that fucking mayonnaise.
Because if you think about it, like I've been to countries like Mexico where they eat most of their food's made by lard. Like, well, more on the traditional side.
Delicious.
Mexico still has, they have the same.
McDonald's.
They have Burger King, Pizza Hut, the same stuff we have. But like they just don't eat the same stuff that we have here. I thought your name was familiar for some reason. XJW here.
Like Jehovah's Witness?
I actually have a really good friend who I grew up with who his parents kicked him out at like 15 or 16 because he wouldn't toe the Jehovah's Witness line.
That's a pretty strong line though, isn't it? Like
oh, he helps make the actual he actually makes the Burning Man. He helps.
Really?
Yeah. He has
cool.
He has a bunch. I don't want to dox him, so I'm not gonna say his name, but he has a bunch of albums out. Like he's signed to he's a real life nomad. What I would like he's a white guy who speaks Spanish like better than me, and I lived in Mexico. Like total nomad.
Damn it, I'm door dashing McDonald's now.
I knew a guy growing up. He's no longer around, but really interesting guy. He was an excommunicated elder from the JW, and
that's interesting.
He ended up getting addicted to crystal meth and tried to commit suicide by chainsaw. Yeah,
I don't even know how you
that. Same way.
And he ended up dying by he got hit by a train. So that's.
I truly feel that like if you go looking for anything, eventually you'll find it. Like that's not the power of attraction. That's not the power of anything. That's just human nature. People say, "Oh, you manifest it." No, you constantly are pushing yourself in a direction, whether you know it or not. And if you obsess and think about something, you will inadvertently put yourself in that direction.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a terrible story. That is a
damn
terrible.
it! Now you seriously got me ordered.
He was an interesting dude.
and it's so sad. Like, Butterfly in my wall. I'm so glad that you're around. You're like a success story because I don't know too many XJWs that are functioning human beings, and it's so
Seriously.
sad. Like that's why I'm so proud of my friend because he's made something of himself, and like the pain of being excommunicated is unreal. I've been excommunicated, but Catholics are they're worth walking away from. So oh man, I couldn't even imagine. I could not imagine. Cass, were you raised in a certain sect? Were you raised
No, I
JW?
wasn't.
Oh, okay. Because I was
I,
raised
I
hard.
wasn't raised in. Like my parents will say we were Catholic, but we never really went to church, on very rare occasions. So, and now they both do, but we never did when I was a kid. So.
I went to church every Sunday until I was confirmed in the Catholic Church. Like to the point where I went to catechism classes. I was raised hardcore Catholic.
I went to catechism in like the third or fourth grade, I believe. And it was, I wanted to, I volunteered. I was like, I want to go see what this school's all about. And then I was thinking about going to this Catholic school. And as soon as they were like, no, these nuns can whoop your ass, I was like, okay, I'm out of here. This is crazy.
I forgot Liz was ex-Mormon. Do you know when I was a kid, oh thanks, it's a crazy life, so much better to be it's better to be free. When I was a kid, the nuns used to tell us, like, you're so lucky they made laws so we can't beat you guys anymore. That stuck with me my whole life. Because they would threaten us. They're like, and after a while, they didn't teach us anymore. As I got older, we had what were called facilitators, because the nuns, if they weren't allowed to beat us, they didn't want to deal with us.
Right.
I live around a bunch of Mormons, and when I move, I'm gonna do the I don't live around Mormons dance anymore. I used to say that I live in peace with my neighbors. No. Like when your religion is literally based on anyone who's not us is bad, which is most religions, don't get me wrong.
Actually, I have a good friend who is Mormon. I don't know if he's still like deep in the faith, but he went and did all. I met him when he was on his mission. He's a Mormon metalhead, so he's very different. And like now he goes out and he has a YouTube channel. He does paranormal researcher or whatever, I guess you'd say. He goes out with like his divining rods and stuff like that, and it's interesting to watch. But again, I've known him since he was, he's a little bit younger than me, but I've watched him kind of, grow up, a little bit behind me, and he's a nice guy, not what you would think, but I don't think he's as like deep into the faith as a lot of them are.
I have a good friend that I grew up with. I went to elementary school with him. His father was like the basketball coach at our local high school. He was Mormon, and he had a large amount of brothers and sisters. Never dawned on me until one day I'm cruising through Facebook, and someone I've known my entire life is the same age as I am. He has 12 children.
Good God.
He's in his 40s.
That
is not that old. He couldn't have started like fresh out of high school, because he met his wife, like, so they basically started when they were like in their early 20s, and they're still having kids.
Well, yeah, I mean, I imagine it's got to like have like a set of twins or maybe triplets or something like in there somewhere, right?
I think I have to go look at the family photo again, because he's the only one who laughs at my joke, but Mitt Romney adopted an African child. So I always send, like, my friend will post a picture of his family, and I always post like, oh, I'm Mitt Romney's child, and all the Mormons laugh. But he actually lives in Utah. Like, he moved to Utah, but could you imagine? That's basically having a kid every other year since you were 22 years old.
That's nuts.
I just like ultra religious people. One of the reasons that they keep on one of the reasons they're not going away is because they reproduce in mass amounts. Pick a religion, and it's not just Christianity. Pick a religion,
Seriously, yeah.
And when I was raised Catholic, I didn't realize the propaganda that I was being told as a kid. They would literally tell us, like, don't have sex, but condoms are bad.
Shit. For
But
real,
if
right?
you do, condoms are bad, because they wanted more Catholics.
Yeah, yeah. Just as long as you get married, have as much sex as you want.
Oh, yeah. My whole life I was told marry a Catholic or a Jewish girl because it's basically the same religion.
And some of them will even go so
What?
far as to say that the sole purpose of sex is for reproduction. So therefore, if you enjoy it, you should just be trying to get knocked up every time, right? Like,
Exactly. I think that's crazy. Do you know when I see people say that like bold faced, I'm like, you are mentally insane. Do you realize what you're saying? Chaos, I've been watching that stuff you've been putting up about that African woman. Where does she live?
I thought she was in Texas. I'm pretty sure she's in the U.S. somewhere. And she just put up another series about the new house she bought too. So she gives a little more information about her geographical location there. Yeah.
She's
So yeah, I
crazy.
think
You crazy?
she's somewhere in the U.S. in the South. She is totally bad shit, and like I'm like, wow, she's got a lot of subs.
When
She's got
you showed
people
that
like
you showed
sending
that
their kids
video.
to her and shit.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. She has a brainwashy camp. You couldn't do that in California. You can only get away with that like in certain states. When I lived in Arizona, they had a lot of like Presbyterian compounds, Mormon compounds, the hardcore LDS compounds, where they're like wearing dresses from the 1800s. You can't do that around here. So that last video you showed of her and her compound, and you were like, oh, she put up floodlights and she's calling it lighting. I almost died when you said that.
She said there it's a Holy Land, so I don't know if that's that Holy Land experience, that theme park, or where they're at exactly. Right, but it's got to be somewhere in proximity to that, I guess.
She bought a compound, David Koresh style, and she's calling it
Maybe.
David Koresh style.
no,
She
it's
is
just
that level. Like she's just.
she brings the African the insanity of African Christianity. She brings it to America, and
They're
as
coming to America.
and so watching her convince people or telling them like, oh, you have this or that, like I'm like, whoa. But you know what though, like I try not to make fun of people because some people just don't know any better. Like I love fish because I've been eating fish my whole life. Some people don't eat fish. I love
Oh, and I'm
oysters.
like,
Like,
it's a grift, but like, yeah, it's making her money. Like, how am I gonna, what am I supposed to do? People are giving her money. That's how
I
she's
know.
doing it.
A long time ago, my someone I really respect used to always say, like, every time you see a priest, you should be happy they joined the church because they would have been a white collar criminal. Because if you really think about it, that's they're making all this money, this untaxed money, and they're living high on the hog. Like the Catholic priests in my neighborhood, they get treated like kings.
Well,
They're not skinny because everyone's feeding them. Everyone's like, "Oh, you can't cook. You're a grown man. You lived on your own your whole life. You can't cook. Here's a bunch of food."
It's funny because the Christians don't see it that way, but I think certain people involved in like creating the Constitution, the founding fathers or whatever. Some of them kind of recognize that and use that loophole to be like, oh, we can use these institutions, to generate tax-free revenue. You know what I mean? And they just kind of ran with it. But nobody ever like looked at those loopholes and like, oh, wait, that's another swindle. You know what I mean? Like,
Totally.
because everybody else has to pay the taxes. It's like, oh, you're exempt because you're Christian, and they didn't really count on like other churches spreading here. I don't think they were accounting for that.
Well, like in Atlanta, there's a church every block. Here in California, it's the same thing. There's a church like where I live, there's a school every mile. It was planned that way. In every neighborhood, there's a church in that mile. So and there's 300,000 people that live just on my side of town. So if you imagine how many out of those people, like it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm not against anybody doing anything. It's just people who are on the grift and swindlers trip me out. Like back in the day, it was Sweet Daddy Grace and Father Divine. These men were like pimps, but they made all this money off the church because they had swag and flair, and and they were flashy and say, "Oh, Jesus forgives you," but they were making money. They especially Father Divine.
Did you guys see that video of the pastor who's on like a Christian broadcasting network type of thing? I don't know if it's necessarily that, but it's like some Christian talk show, and he got the idea from one of his congregants that their church in California apparently, and what he needs to do to bring more young people into the church is use the church as a cannabis growery and a dispensary. His church is going to start growing cannabis and teaching these young men how to farm as a means to lead them to Jesus. And I just thought that was the most amazing thing I'd ever heard.
That sounds like a really good
What?
loophole to rip off your employees. That sounds like a
Yeah.
really good way to be like, oh, they're not my workers. They're church volunteers. I'm going to make $20 million off this farm. Do you know how much money you make off a pot?
Fucking youth pastors are like, you have small hands. You're great at trimming.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. As someone who runs a business, that just sounds like a great way to not pay taxes or people.
Oh my God, you're right. The taxes that they get to write off because of that.
Yeah, the Holy Church of Ganja don't have to pay you a damn thing. I was thinking about buying an old church and moving into it.
This old, you're up there with the steeple sewing. You're like, ding, ding.
I would. Oh, my son would love an old organ. I'd teach him how to play in the Garden of Eden. It'd be fun.
In the Garden of Eden, honey.
Oh,
It's actually, there's an old gas station off the 101 I keep looking at every time I drive by it. And I want to buy it, and it's been boarded up for years, but turn it into a music venue because it's a perfect location. And just like leave the pumps out there for nostalgia. I think that would be awesome. But I keep looking at it. I don't know. It's just side note, like just made me think of that.
oh, totally. I've been looking at all kinds of places to move to, and I was thinking about moving to a place. I've watched way too much MacGyver, and in the last season of MacGyver, he lived in this giant warehouse in Venice. But if you think about it, that warehouse would be worth like $2 million because it's on prime real estate in Venice, California. Like, but
Crazy.
he lives in this giant warehouse, and I'm like, well, I do own a bunch of stuff.
I remember in watching MASH not too long ago, and like one of the characters, BJ, was like, "Oh, we just got some property for like $10,000 or $5,000, a bunch of acres in San Francisco." I'm like, "You know how many millions of dollars that would be worth nowadays?"
I knew someone in 2001 that was paying $5,000 a month to live in San Francisco just because their window overlooked the Golden Gate. They lived on Gough, Broadway and Gough. They're not around anymore, so I can give away the address. This woman was an ex-girlfriend's grandmother, and they were extremely rich, and she lived in the prime part of San Francisco, and she paid so much, and it was an old ran down building, honestly. Let's be real.
See the fucking Golden Gate.
And don't get me wrong, the first time I walked in her living room, it was breathtaking. But you know
First
what,
time.
you can walk to the park and go see it for free. I don't know. It's just rent in especially San Francisco hurts my feelings because I always wanted to live there, but by the time I was an adult, it was unaffordable. unless you were a tech billionaire. I tried to live there twice. I ended up in my car 2 times. I tried to live there twice.
Oh God, somebody armed. What's happening here?
Let's see which one that is. If that's fake or real.
You know,
I have
how many real swords do you have?
I have Templar. I have 2 Templar swords, which makes me laugh because first off, they're straight from Amazon. Okay. Oh, that's a hanger. Okay.
That's
Good.
a shit, man. I thought it was a sword.
And you never, my house, you never know. But it made me laugh because this guy came out. He was like, "This is in the name of white power and blah blah blah." I was like, "Bro, you got that sword
Whoa.
off of Amazon because it's a Knight Templar. It's a Knight Templar sword." And I was like, "Dude, I have the same sword, and it's made in China. Like, let's be
It's all made
real.
China.
Come on, guy. Let's be real. Like, I'm a human being. I don't judge anyone, but like,
I was just
let's be
watching
serious.
a movie. You remember that Keenan Ivory Wayans movie, Low Down Dirty Shame? I was just
absolutely.
watching that the other night. He ends up running those gangsters through the KKK rally. Getting his ass beat by those bad members. No,
I
they're like they're
forgot
white
about-
supremacists. No, they're not clan members.
I forgot about that, but it just made me laugh.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
just because it had a Templar thing on it, he thought he was like the bastion of pride, bro. I know where you got that. Like, as an avid consumer, like that's the same place where I got my shield with the sword, with the Amazon sword. So I know where you got that.
I know for a fact you use the same coupon code as me.
And I saw a video with Big Boy from Outcast. He had the same sword too. I'm like, ooh, we all shop at Amazon, all 3 of us. But it just makes me laugh. Like, even the OK sign, or like what people think is considered the white power. When I was a kid, that was like, you get, if someone was doing that, you get 2 for flinching. Like, oh, you looked like it. And
Oh,
we had
yeah.
we had that game of
Your
like,
son's even doing.
oh, he does that because he wants to be edgy. He's 13.
Yeah,
He's just trying to be edgy. No, but like, if you think about it, like, it's just, I laughed so hard the first time someone told me that was like the meaning, the new meaning. I was like, what? No, that's not what it means. That's the OK sign. Like, are you kidding me? I'm just saying, if you're gonna throw up a gang sign, at least be original. It trips me out. But again, like, I'm from a different generation, so I clash with the younger generation.
Get off my lawn.
I try not to be like that, but like, I'm more of a like, get off my lawn and have a good day kind of guy.
Let's smoke this blunt.
Yeah. You know what's so funny? When I was a kid, because I always looked older, I had facial hair, I would always ask adults to buy me beer, and they would. Do you know, if a kid walks up to me and asks me to buy him beer, I'm like, sorry, kid, kick rocks. Get out of here.
Well, I'm always afraid it's a freaking ABC fucking agent now. Like,
Me too. Did we have them here too? We have.
Yeah, they're out there.
But Chaos, would you, like, if some grommet walked up to you, would you buy him beer?
See, I don't know. It depends on the situation. Like, there's a couple of times I'll be like, okay, or like a kid wanted like a blunt or a pack of papers, and I was like, okay, he's going to roll one up, like, But yeah, I hedge my bets. Like, it's pretty rare. It's pretty rare though. Usually it's like, nope, sorry, can't help you.
Yeah, I just, it's weird. It's one of those weird things, and it makes me feel old and like a hypocrite. But like you were saying, Skits, like, they could be a cop. And back in the day, it was literally just some kid trying to get loaded. Like, that's it.
Yeah. I just
like,
want a sixer. Come on.
Yeah, yeah. And it was gonna get him and his 8 friends hammered, We say it was so.
Isn't that entrapment? Like, isn't that really like the definition of entrapment? Like, to send some kid out there to solicit you. You know what I mean? Like,
It is, but they do it all the time. When I was a kid, somebody who was actually a legend in this town got busted, and he got turned into a narc. Excuse me. And so Like, especially people my age, it's like
Mm.
we're always thinking the person's a narc.
Narc.
Always. It's one of those weird things. Like, I guess because I have a snarky look on my face, people don't ask me anymore. But like, well, you guys know in the state of California, you have to be 21 to buy cigarettes here now. And
Do you
oh,
really?
you
I
did,
live here
you
and I don't
didn't
even
know.
know that. I know it's been so long since I bought cigarettes. I don't even know.
Same. I buy papers. You know, good old
Okay.
raw. I'm obsessed with the raw papers.
Straws are the
Uh,
good ones.
people it's weird to see 20-year-olds asking if hey, can you buy me a pack of cigarettes? They're like a grown adult. They can go to a war. They can have a good job
Go to
like 20 years
fucking
old.
die for their goddamn country, but
But in the state of California, you have to be 21 to consume nicotine. It's just it's the crazy. When I saw it on the news, I'm like, oh, poor kids.
What kills me is like I remember being like 15, 16, and they wouldn't sell me a pack of matches. You know, like and I was like, you won't even give me matches, but you know, I could go buy a gallon of gas or some freaking lighter fluid. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And it's like,
Totally.
okay.
right.
And I
You
was a
could.
pyro, so imagine, like, imagine
I
what I
was
might
just
have been doing.
I was just about to say you could wreak havoc, but not buy, but you can't buy matches. Oh, that trips me out. It's amazing the hypocritical like laws that they make. Like, oh no, you can't buy this and this, but you can go to Walmart and buy some lighter fluid and a barbecue lighter.
Right. Yeah. Like certain states, like, oh, you can't buy beer, but you can buy freaking an assault rifle and extended magazines. And yeah.
In certain counties, in more in Orange County, it's i- it's illegal. It's legal to own a gun, but it's illegal to own bullets. Could you imagine the trapeze artist that wrote that law?
Right. That's some legislation right there.
You, I'll never forget because I didn't think it was real, and I googled it, and I'm like, holy cow! I live within 3 hours of that place.
I mean, you got to think about it. Like, all right, you guys want to the Second Amendment, fine, but the Second Amendment doesn't say anything about ammo.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
like, oh, you motherfucker.
It's because someone was like, "Oh, in California, blah blah blah," and I'm like, "Oh, you're lying," and I googled it, and I'm like, "Oh, they're telling the truth."
Oh, god damn it, they're right. Don't you hate
Like
that?
I've heard, like there's a loophole when like you order guns from out of state, like when they get like assault rifles over here, you can order them like online, and they just have like the firing mechanism, like the bolts removed or whatever, and then you just replace that shit once they get over here. And they're like, well, it was a disabled weapon when we sent it, you know.
It's we have laws. Oh gosh, I'm quoting my son. We have laws
Uh-oh.
about the upper and lower mechanisms of an
Oh, the receivers.
AR-15. Yeah, and
Right.
so what is considered a regular upper is illegal in the state of California. So what is it? The 10 parts rule? I might be saying it wrong. I could grab Isaiah, but he gave us a 3-hour speech about it. There's a rule. It's like some law in California. It's like 10. It's something. But it's a
I know that.
loophole. It's a loophole around owning assault rifles where you basically can't own one.
Yeah. Yeah, they got like special like I forget what the actual terminology is, but like evil parts where like you can have this rifle, but it can't have two certain things. So it can't be, none can be semi-automatic, but you can't have a collapsible stock and and an upper receiver that can have a scope, or you can have an upper receiver and have a scope, but you can't have a pistol grip. And it's like, yeah, it's really the laws are very weird. Or like I love it when like you can have two identical firearms, but one is, greenish, brown, and one is black. And they're like, all right, that one looks a little too tactical for us. So you can have the black
That's
one,
so
but you can't
true.
have that one.
It is so true. That is so true. And also, did you know in the state of California, black powder weapons are not illegal?
Right. Yeah.
So I could walk around with my Confederate Colt. I would get I wouldn't do it because I would get
I wouldn't
stopped.
do it.
Oh my gosh!
Dude.
Earlier today, I thought I was being served.
Looks like you
But-
are.
But I got a gift from I get Scientific American.
Oh, I
Oh,
love
I'll
that
laugh if I
Oh, I
magazine.
really
love that.
I would laugh if I really was being served.
Right. Oh, nice. They give you a tote bag.
After all these
yep.
years, I've only been subscribed to them off and on since like '96. So after all
Jesus
these
Christ.
years, I get a tote bag. I'm gonna
I
Thank
use
used
you
to have
for your
one from
20 years of
Doctors
membership.
Without Borders. They're really good about that. Doctors Without Borders sends a lot of gifts.
Nice.
They do. I actually do get a bunch of their bags and stuff. You ain't lying. That is so true. That is so true. So Skits, you're gonna laugh at me, but like in 1990, I don't know what, I was watching Judge Judy, and she was yelling at this guy where she was like, why don't you do something with yourself? Read Scientific American. Go start a garden or something. And I'm not kidding you. In 1990, I don't know, 5, 6, or 7, I started reading Scientific American. And I have not stopped to this very day. Even when I lived in Oregon, I would go and buy it every month. I'd go buy a new issue.
Nice.
I'm loyal.
I
Thank you,
Scientific
Butterfly on
American's
my
a
wall.
great magazine. So I used to
What I love about like
subscribe to
Audible.
them all the time.
I want to get
What was
my Audible subscription back because they're like, I think it's like 39 cents per issue or something if you get them through Audible.
Oh, really?
It's
I
like
didn't know
really
that.
cheap. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. You know, I had a tablet that my son broke. This is a while ago, but I had every book Carl Sagan ever wrote on it. Like,
Oh, nice.
oh yeah, I read Pale Blue Dot and
The good
a
one.
bunch of other books on that thing. And I have spent years trying to find every single one of those books. I am so mad at the so mad at the fact that that tablet is broke. And it was an older generation tablet, so it didn't save the information necessarily like a newer one would.
Nothing backed up to the cloud.
Yeah, because like if I drop the one I have like right here, I could literally just type up all the information on my phone.
Yeah, I recently had to reset my whole Amazon account just to get my old ones back. You know, 'cause I was like, well, I've got like 200 something in there. You know, so I could still go like listen back to those. So I had to reset my whole Amazon account.
It's such a hassle sometimes. Like sometimes I'm like, is all this technology worth it? I have a bunch of apps that don't work. Like I recently I watch a lot of hockey, and hockey was privatized. So I subscribed to the ESPN app. Last year it was perfect. This year I'm seriously contemplating about not purchasing it again next year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, some of these apps work and some of them don't. But if you gripe, they'll fix it. But like I don't know. I've only recently, like from 2018 on, is when I started my YouTube addiction. So I remember what life was like before YouTube.
You're lying.
I'd
There
say
is no
about the
life before
same.
YouTube.
Well, it was like 2018 was like, yeah, when I got deep into it, when it was like, maybe I could start a channel. And then, of course, 2020 was when I did, I think.
Same,
Roughly.
almost the same exact thing.
But
I
I mean,
did-
I was pretty hardcore into it for a couple years before that. It just got like deeper and deeper where I was like religiously watching like Atheist Experience like every Sunday, you know. Like,
Same. I look back and laugh now because I look at it because I watched it with such religious devotion, it makes me laugh. Because I put so much time and effort into it.
Well, I didn't think about it at the time, but like it like perfectly like matched up with the things that were going on in my life, and like like I drifted away from some of my friends, and had like whatever, I was kind of trying to rebuild my life, and then like that was when my parents started getting more religious and kind of preaching at me, and I was like, no, you're going the wrong way, man. Like that gave me like an outlet for that, so I wasn't like battling with them.
Oh, religion. Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
I was raised, born and raised, Catholic or whatever, but that our family got away from that. But after Iraq and during Hurricane Katrina relief stuff, I kind of turned towards Christianity more as like a coping mechanism. I as somebody, as a group of people that I could talk to and everything like that. It took me till after I got out to realize I should probably go see a counselor rather than just a group of random people. But that's what I used. Like yeah, like it was weird because I was in the South in deep, evangelical, Baptist country, and like just using that as a coping mechanism, not necessarily a healthy coping mechanism, but that's what I used it for.
right. Yeah, I mean, I think that's why the instability in my childhood was why I like tried to turn to religion early,
Yeah.
and then like because my parents weren't really into it, it was just like there was no real reinforcement for it. And then
Yeah.
I
You said it was
discovered like
Catholic,
Bill
right?
Maher and George Carlin.
Oh,
Yeah,
George Carlin. I love George Carlin.
yeah. And once I discovered those guys, I was like, okay.
Do you know what's really funny? I remember the first time I heard George Carlin, and I was like, people can say these things out loud, and like the ground doesn't swallow him whole. Like, what is this blasphemy? That's going. That's one thing I appreciate about my parents is that they were very much like, all right, go find out on your own. If you don't like this, go find out about something else.
Yep.
But I won't even lie. When I came in wearing the FOI suit, my dad was like out. So for all the open-mindedness he was like, no. But he was more against Louis Farrakhan, than anything else.
I have no son.
Yeah. But like I said, that's like people will say like, oh, you let Isaiah watch this and this and that. Like, I want my son to have his own political views. If it's different from mine, okay, I'm no one to judge. I
Yeah. He'll
don't think,
figure it out.
yeah. And all politics are local, so we reflect what's around us,
I was a Republican when I was 18 years old. I was, I voted for I voted for Bush while I was, deployed. It's like, and then looking back, I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking? Like,
I voted for Ralph Nader, and I still point and laugh at myself sometimes. So I inadvertently voted for Bush.
sorry.
The one thing I will say, I always give my mom props for, she hates it now, but she never really censored any of the content that I was exposed to when I was a kid. I could watch rated R movies and stuff, and I watched a lot of shit that was probably inappropriate. But she drew certain lines. But she always encouraged me to read anything. Like she didn't tell me to read the Bible. She just encouraged me to read whatever. Like and so I learned to read very early. And when I asked her like what church we belonged to, she was like, what God we believed in. She's like, well, I'm really not sure. And she just like gave me a handful, a bunch of books like on Buddhism and Catholicism and all this different stuff, and just told me to read about it.
Oh, that's awesome.
So that was always kind of like she always encouraged me to do that. And even when I was renting some, pretty adult content as far as like movies and stuff, but I got exposed to a lot of like noir films and old horror films and stuff that way too, because she didn't really censor what I would watch, and I could watch anything as far as politics went.
My parents were like that too. They were weird, and they would. I have you ever seen the movie Juice with Tupac?
Yeah, okay.
It's an
I remember
old.
that one.
It came out the same year that Hook with Robin Williams did.
Right, like 92, 90.
Yeah, right, exactly. And I'll never forget. One week, my pops took me and my friend to go see Hook, and the next week he's like, "Hey, what movies you want to see?" And we both were like, "We want to see Juice." I'll never forget. The guy looked at my dad. He was like, "Do you know what movie?" He's like, "Hey, man, just give me the tickets." And I saw Juice when it first came out. I was a kid, but I appreciate it because my parents are like, whatever. That's one thing about my son as well. I don't want him to be so sheltered that the world is overwhelming.
Right.
I want him to know that there's other people that exist that live polar opposite of the way that he does. And they thrive in being polar opposite. Like, it's okay if you live different than I do. I'm no one to judge. Like,
The only problem I come into with my son, and he's on the spectrum, is that me and his mom struggle with. He will repeat things that he sees in movies, and he will repeat them like over and over again. And so like he got addicted to like the opening sequence of Joker for a while.
oh
She had to
yeah.
block the movie on the TV because she was like, there's something that may not be okay about him watching this repeatedly, like,
Oh no, I've been there. It's funny you'd say Joker. My ex-wife, she took Isaiah to go see it, and she was like, I don't think I should have seen that movie. But there was another movie. There was a Seth MacFarlane movie that he made about kids. What was that movie that your mom took you? The Seth MacFarlane movie. There was a movie that my ex-wife took Isaiah on his birthday one year, and she calls me and she's like, I felt so irresponsible because Isaiah was the only kid in the movie theater.
Yeah, look.
What was it?
I forgot.
But there was a movie that, but if your parent accompanies you, no one can stop you, right?
Yep. But they let me see Titanic all by myself, like 8 years old or something. 10 years old.
Titanic.
Don't you judge me?
No one's judging your DoorDash. I'm jealous now. Now we're at the checkpoint part of the evening. If I was to go drive around, I live by a freeway. So there's like always checkpoints by my house. It's like to the point where I can look up the hill and see the lights from all the, the cop cars.
Yeah, especially this time of year, they're always out.
After, so there's this weird thing, and I didn't understand until I worked in, near, and around the restaurant business. From the Thanksgiving break on is chaos, because from Thanksgiving break, there's a whole new generation of people who turn 21 who want to come to your bar and turn it up. And I didn't realize it until I was in my 30s, and I was dating a woman who was from Norway, and she was 10 years older than me, and she told me, she's like, because one night she didn't drive to work, and she's like, I need you to pick me up. I said, why? And she's like, you'll know when you get there. I parked my car. The cops were breaking up one fight. There was another fight in the parking lot. I just walked right past them, but it was all the new 21-year-olds. All the new. Exactly. Butterfly in my wall. We're just jealous. But it was all the kids who were new to being 21. And you know what's so funny? I've been around a bunch of fleet weeks, and when the Navy shows up, they're respectful. They say no and thank you. Shore patrols walking around being nice. Man, these 21-year-olds could not hang. It was I had never seen so much chaos in my life. But ever since then, I pay attention to it. So after from like the first Thanksgiving break on, because there's a lot of college kids in my town, they The cops are out in mass amounts. Mass amounts. Because also, if you think about it, it's easy pickings because you get all the kids, all the rookies. I don't want someone who's hammered on the road. Call me liberal. But if you're hammered, I don't want you on the road. Honestly, for as much as I smoke, I reach a certain point where I won't leave the house. I'm grown enough to know that it wouldn't be a good idea if I get on the road. Especially like with my car is different, but with my truck, the steering wheel is really loose. So you don't want to be hammered and driving that thing because it's literally like a Model T. You're driving like this.
I can just use this monster trucking over vehicles.
Let me grab my loafers.
You say loafers?
So
Say loafers.
Or merc.
I wear isotoners because I'm 150 years old.
Boomer.
They are they're wool inside. It's because I wear cowboy boots, but after wearing cowboy boots all day, I reach a certain point of I have to take them off. Because even though these things are exactly. I love my boots though. These things are melded to my foot.
Oh wow.
But like I have to take them off after wearing them. We've been here for a couple hours.
Cowboy boots fuck you up. I
Take
the
it
worst.
off.
Like there's something weird about my my ankles, and so when I wear boots, especially cowboy boots, I get like sores on the balls of my ankles. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, totally.
I don't know.
I'm weirdly used to it, so I feel weird when I'm wearing low tops now. But it's human conditioning though. I've been wearing cowboy boots for over 20 years, so it's like part of who I am. It's one of those things, But I won't, when you buy a pair. There was one time I bought a pair of boots, and I went to a festival. And I'm so old. I went to Coachella before it was popular, when it was just people camping out and rocking out for 4 or 5 days. And I wore cowboy boots for 3 days, and I could not feel my feet when I took them off. I literally was in the car, I was like, well, I don't know how I'm gonna drive home because I can't feel my feet. Cowboy boots are no joke. Yay, you finally made it home. Marked safe from another day of adulting. No, security guard is no joke. I worked in Portland. I worked at a Carl's Jr. and people thought they had the right to abuse me.
Oh yeah, you get a lot of that. Yeah.
And this was 20 years ago, but like I said, someone threw literally boiling hot coffee in my face. I'll never forget this. I messed up some guy's order. I turned around. I said, "Hey, dude, I will give you your money back and give you your food." But as I turned that around, he threw a frozen orange juice at my face and gave me a black eye. Portland, Oregon was no joke.
One of my last gigs, we were at a flea market, and me and my partner, we caught this guy friggin' trying to steal, and we were giving the easy out. All right, just walk off the property. We're not going to call the cops. We're not going to do shit. Just walk away. And he fucking turned around and spat at us. And it was like, dude, like, what is wrong with you? Who does that?
Spitters, I don't get
he got the
spitters.
taser.
Yeah. I was about to say, when I was a correctional officer, I would take a lot of shit from a lot of people, because especially I knew mostly they were drunk or just having a really bad day. When those motherfuckers would spit on me, that's when shit got real.
Yeah.
It's do you think spitting is like the ultimate disrespect?
I've been attempted to be gassed a few times, which means they try to throw their
Yeah.
fucking piss and shit on me.
Oh yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. It's one of those things because like spitting is one of those Oh man, when I see someone spit, I'm like, ooh, you're there's something extra in you, there's something extra. It's almost like a last act of defiance kind of thing, just because you see more people going crazy nowadays, it's just a weird question because I see a lot more people going crazy nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I mean, I get it because I was pretty pissed off when I got arrested, right? And I definitely verbally abused the guy. The last guy who arrested me, I was, but I didn't at any point like delude myself into thinking that I was gonna fight back. I was like,
Yeah.
that was where I like drew the line. I was like, all right.
I'm not the best example.
But I
No,
usually, that's like
I'm
pretty uncharacteristic for me.
I'm pro person, and sometimes people abuse their authority,
Right.
and because I grew up ultra military, rah 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 American, it's not it's the person oppressing the person I dislike, and people do that in every walk of life. No matter what position, who you are, you will find someone who's a complete sociopath who wants to ruin your day for no reason.
Well, yeah, and I think there's a thing with cops with that. Like, and anybody who's trained, like I'm trained in security, if you're trained in corrections, even I've heard people in the military say cops have a particular like psychopathy where they get this power trip and they, where we're all trained to kind of diffuse situations and try to avoid the worst case scenario. Cops tend to escalate them. Like, for some
Yes.
reason, they tend to escalate shit.
And it's generational too, because I thought it was just the 90 cops, but I've noticed it's a generational thing. Because, like you said, with power, you start thinking that you're unstoppable.
Right.
Because I know, I've known people that were higher than cops, and they're like, it's just a job, especially coming from a military family. Like, I've known people that have had these observative titles, or like my brother, he retired as a master chief in the Air Force. That's unheard of. But to him, he's like, whatever. And I'm like, no, you don't realize people that look like you just don't get that that title, bro.
Not too
But
up there.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. But if you ask him, he's like, I did my duty for Queen and Country and did my 20 years, But you get some guy that's a state trooper, he will literally try to fight you if you look at him wrong.
Dude, I realized you just graduated high school not too long ago, but simmer.
It's weird. It's weird. I don't even know. Do you think it's I don't like using the word humble. What else can we use besides humble? Because I'm humble in certain situations, but in other situations I'm not at all,
Mhm.
I think it's more discipline. Like there's more
Yeah.
discipline even in the military, like
Yeah.
it's more discipline oriented.
Well, and I may be wrong, but in the military, isn't it like 99% preparation? So you're constantly doing the same thing over and over and over and over, so that one
And
moment when you do it correctly.
you train as you fight.
Yeah. So and I'm not defending cops, but we put cops on the street expecting them to be lawyers with 6 months of training. How many years do lawyers go to school?
I'm a firm believer that
The
cops
thing that
should.
trips me out. Oh, go ahead.
No, go, please, Leo.
It trips me out that there's really not a law against cops like willfully lying or arresting you without even knowing the law they're actually arresting you for. Like there's no safeguard against that.
I've gotten in trouble because I know the law, and that's actually got me in trouble a few times because I'm like, well, actually, this, and this, and they're like, you think you're smart? Well, I just showed you that I am smart. But like I said, it's so few and far between, and I try to not have dealings with the cops.
I'm a firm believer that I think cops should start we should start requiring some sort of psych degree or some sort of maybe sociology degree, something sort of so they can understand not just the laws that they're doing, but the human that they're interacting with.
I agree with you. I had a neighbor who I thought was like that, but like moving back and being a cop in an all white area kind of corrupted him. And being in charge as well. I watched someone be radicalized over like a 10-year period. And is now like I jokingly call him a young earth Mormon.
Oh God.
He's a Mormon, and he walked up to me one day and he's like, the earth isn't older than 6,000 years old. And I looked at him and I was like, "You're Mormon." He said, "I know." I was like, "Oh, bro, pick a struggle. Like, please.
Are you
So,
picking the worst
space
part
god
of every
and the young
religion?
earth, yeah.
What's that, Chaos?
You can have like the spaceman god and the young earth. It's not
Yeah, it tripped
really
me.
inclusive.
He literally walked up to me and said that, and I was like, "Okay, you're not sane." No, because people judge me. People judge me. First, I have a really high voice. I don't look my age. I get it. I dress like Willie Nelson's illegitimate child. I get it. People judge me all the time, but I don't walk up to people saying crazy stuff. And I believe in some whacked out stuff, and I keep my mouth shut and don't say anything, because I know it's just emotional babble.
You may
had
want to
a
jump out of a
coworker-
freaking plane with your own parachute, but at least you don't
Yeah.
think the Earth is 6,000 years old.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm
I
talking
had a
about it. I may
coworker
not.
at Amazon. Like this fucking guy. We went out to have a couple drinks before work one night. We're sitting in my car and we're choking up, and fucking this guy starts going on about how the Jews control the media, all this good shit. He's a black guy. He must have been like a black Hebrew Israelite or
Yeah.
something like that. Like he
That's not
started going
rare.
into that, and I was like, "Whoa, brother!" And this was in San Francisco, So like, I was like, "Okay, cool." Like, and yeah, I totally wanted to get him on a podcast, and then I was like, dude, like, should I ask this guy? So I still got his number though. I don't know. I've been thinking about
Be
it.
careful. I have there's somebody who's someone I've known for a long time that's well, he's former now, but like I always want to do it. I want to bring him on here on a Monday, but he will go off. He'll say some he'll get me canceled. I mean, for real, no one like it's not. It's just, and it's so funny because we both grew up in a white neighborhood, and it's so funny to see him like just be this hardcore like NOI guy, and I'm like, bro, we're from the suburbs, dude. Like, get over yourself, But he says some he says some Kanye West kind of stuff, to the point where
Yeah,
recently.
exactly.
He was kicked out of a Facebook group because he was like saying you ninjas are lazy and you guys have done this and this, and literally at the end of his rant you were like, you could see kicked out of group, like
Oh God.
so and so can no longer.
Getting the boot.
Oh, they got the boot. He got the boot. But see, that's the thing. I can't hang out with like crazy people. Like I can hang out with crazy people, but there's got to be a fine line. And that's another thing.
Well,
Like,
there's
other than that, the
crazy.
dude seemed cool though. That's what you like. It was just like when you sat down with him for like 10 minutes and he started like, it's like, whoa, dude, what did you just say to me? Like,
and that's another thing. Like, I hang out and work with a lot of special needs people. Okay, and every once in a while, someone will say some whacked out stuff, but I know that this particular person is 48 with the mind of a 15-year-old.
God.
Like, well, I work with a lot from the people at my job are of any special needs you could possibly think of are at my job, and it's for adults. So you could get a grown adult with a mind of a 12-year-old, and they'll say some Ben Shapiro talking points, and I have to remind myself,
Makes sense.
hey, this guy's special needs. They sit at home and they watch YouTube and they're it's easy to be radicalized in any
Oh.
genre. I was radicalized by the atheist community. I sat around and watched atheist content for 2 years. For a solid 2 years.
That's kind of been my whole hesitation. It's like anybody can kind of sit around and like repeat talking points and shit
Yep.
they've heard. You know what I mean? Like, so like
Totally.
even like debating. Like you want to be able to like make your own kind of argument. Like,
Totally agree. I thought I was hot stuff until one time this Christian like totally yelled at me because of my patches, and I wasn't at a loss for words. I was like, I really don't know. Like, for all the stuff that I'd watched on YouTube, I really didn't have a rebuttal to him. I was like, bro, just go get a life. Because he was like, Romans chapter 1 and blah, 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 blah. And I thought I was ready and I wasn't.
I was not ready for that kind of crazy.
I was not ready for that, man. He was yelling at me and like pointing. And I was like, bro, I'm literally just trying to buy a Pepsi. Like, literally,
Well, you saw me get interrogated by Darth, and I was fucking hungover that morning. I was just straight up like I was so fucking hungover. I already had a headache, and that guy comes on, and it was just fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous.
You know what though? I have a particular argument ready for him, and I almost debated him. So don't feel bad. Like, but he would have mopped the floor with me, but I have a particular, because he has one argument. The guy's literally reading from a script.
Yeah.
And he doesn't deviate. He doesn't. Gosh, the guy. So trust me,
he's not consistent. Yeah.
I have a whole argument against that guy, but and I'll tell you why, because I saw someone do it. I don't even respect this person, and I saw them do it in a very clever way, and it threw him off.
Right.
Because they said they were an atheist, but then they gave the Buddhist explanation of what an atheist is, and it threw him off so hardcore.
What's
he
the
kept
Buddhist
on
definition?
Well, it's just the existence of nothingness. But by definition, it's atheism, because they don't believe in a higher power. They don't believe in reincarnation. They're like, this is it. This is what you
So
got.
you believe that everything can come from nothing, basically, like that type of thing?
Well, this particular person knew a lot more about the Buddhist religion, and so they were talking in circles. But the one thing it did was throw off Senor Dawkins, who reads from the same damn script over and over and over again. And it was the first time I ever saw him get thrown off, because there are beliefs that are atheistic beliefs. And it comes from a spiritual belief, but they're just saying, hey, I spiritually think that there's nothing out there, And so it's just like, especially in Buddhism and Jainism and certain religions, like, it's more about being a part of and less than coming from. And in many ways, you can call it atheistic. And it threw that dummy off. I was like, I need to write this down. And I did. Because it was the first time I ever saw him stutter and stumble.
Oh, no, I've seen him do a few of those. I mean, he definitely did it with Just Spatchcock, too. When he gets thrown off by any valid philosophical reasoning, that's when you'll see him start to, but you're a troll. But,
Yeah. Do you know what's so funny? I'm really good at voices, okay? Like I'm really good. If I'll watch a movie and I'm like, oh, that's blah, blah, blah. That's blah, blah, blah. I will see that man in public one day. He has a very distinct voice. I will see him in public one. He'll say something. He's going to get Karen at someone. I'm going to turn around and be like, aha!
I found it.
With my cell phone. So I am not kidding. Like, I am dead to rights with voices. It's one of those weird. Some people remember, lyrics to songs. I'm really good at naming voiceovers. So Darth Dawkins, you cannot run. You cannot run from me.
Patton Oswalt, and I know it.
Oh gosh, that's gonna get cut somewhere. That's gonna be a cut somewhere. Someone's gonna cut that, and I'm gonna start getting harassed by him. What they start
Like-
doing is they start coming around. Like Jill was coming around for a while until I just started saying the most rude things to him, to where he didn't want to deal with me.
It's like, fuck it.
It's
Probably
because
why
I
he doesn't
don't-
come to my channel anymore.
well,
He's over there a couple times.
he started coming around, and I was like, okay, I could cure this in 2 comments. And I wasn't intentionally mean, but I am not nice to trolls. So professional trolls, I will not treat you with any respect. And it's not even like, oh, I'm mean, or you are going out of your way to make people's life a miserable hell on the internet. Like, go away. You know, I'm not a fan of I've trolled a few times. I've gone in on a hypoglycemic day and been like, I hate you all. Like, I've trolled with my real godless sewing name. You know, because I want people to know I'm angry. But like, people who habitually troll, are just something wrong with them.
I
Like, and you can tell with those guys because they're trolling like other Christians. Like if you go on to like Praise or fucking SFD's channel, like they're over there praising or and they're over there trolling their own. So that's when you know you had a problem with it.
Oh my gosh, chaos again. Because you know who I'm talking about. Skitscratcher, have you ever heard of a YouTuber who says biblically before everything?
Doesn't sound familiar.
There is, I don't know if there's this young man. Well, he sounds like a young man. He could be anywhere from, he's like
Hard to
from,
tell me, yeah.
yeah, it's hard to tell. He says biblically for almost everything before he speaks, and it drives people mentally insane. And at first I thought he was, I don't know if he's trolling. I don't know. And it works because he throws his opponent off because he'll say biblically, and it just drives people mentally insane. And because I love falling down rabbit holes on YouTube, I always end up, I've subscribed to this guy's channel. He will post people just completely clowning him. It really trips me out how this guy
For like 9 hours, and
Yes.
he's just like going into other people's streams while they.
he
How do you?
go ahead.
I just don't understand where he gets the energy.
No,
Yeah,
neither
yeah.
do I.
24/7 doing this.
I totally agree with you. Like, I am fascinated by these weird people. I am. I won't even lie. Like, he trips me
Weird
out.
people fast.
He gets in on like hardcore YouTuber. There's this British Muslim guy that's like semi-famous on YouTube. He was on his channel. And the guy was like, I need you to make sense. Like, he was losing it. I'm like, oh, you lost, bro. You lost. This guy's beat you just by saying biblically. He was on oh, I don't remember. I don't know the guy's name. He's a very famous Muslim guy in the UK, and he goes to Hyde Park or whatever it's called. Speaker's Corner. I'm sorry. He goes to Speaker's Corner. He's huge in UK.
Howie Dada or whatever his name is. One of the
I
Dawa
think
guys.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah. The big bully guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
The guy who likes to like pull the seats out from underneath women's speakers before they sit down and shit.
Yeah, he's a big dude too. He's a monster. He stumped that guy. Didn't stump him, but he ticked him off so much that he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Biblically is no joke. I thought he was a troll. Maybe he really is, but he trips me out so much.
It's actually like, in some ways he's philosophically sound. He just uses a lot of antiquated language that makes people go, what the fuck is that? Like, because biblically, anything according to the Bible, that's all it means, but because he says it, you have to, if you accept the premise biblically,
And
Yeah, anything according to the Bible.
biblically, and then he'll say something, and then he says biblically again. It
Luckily.
destroys his opponent. Oh, I might use that as a tactic one day for arguing. Just pick a word and say it before everything.
Hippopotamusly.
It was biblically. It was great seeing you, butterfly on my wall. Have a great evening. Thank
Yeah,
you
butterfly.
for hanging out with us crazies.
Oh, wow. God, you've been streaming for over 4 hours now.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
cut it off in a minute. But we started talking about one of my secret favorite subjects. And I blame Chaos because like I really haven't watched that guy in a long time. And then recently Chaos put him in one of his streams, and I was like, oh, I forgot about biblically. He's a professional. I don't know if he's a professional troll. He just like
Well, then,
he-
okay, for a while he was God's perfect lover, and now
Yes!
he's like something else. He changed his name a couple times, so I love that God's perfect lover thing.
That's
Perfect
what it was.
lover.
That's what it was driving that one dude crazy. He was like, how are you God's lover? And every time
you
he
fucking
says
God?
something,
No.
every time he says something, the guy was like, that's creepy. That's creepy. Like, what are you doing? He's like, what are you doing with your life? Biblically, I hope you have a great night. See
Biblically,
how
me too.
it's catchy. It is so catchy. That guy. Oh. What, do you know what his channel's called now? I've talked about it so much. I feel like I should promote his channel.
Ultimated Judeo-Christian.
Oh, he's changed it. It's
Ultimated.
no longer
That is quite the title.
Jesus Lover 69 or whatever
Love
it
it.
was. Saying you're God's lover was creepy. That's just weird. Like,
Seriously.
I fall in some weird rabbit holes. Like, 4 or 5 years ago, I thought G-Man was weird. Nah, no. I watched this woman. I can't believe I'm about to say this.
G-Man's weird.
Okay, I have a weird question. Okay, is it wrong to say a name of a YouTube channel? Like, and I don't know if I watched this woman who has dreams of hell and has visions, and she says that she has visions of gay people being tortured and
Oh, the pink-haired lady, is it?
no, it's this old, like, she's like your stereotypical older woman from a black church.
Oh, okay.
But she's like, well, see, the problem with people of color is I don't know if she's 40 or 140. She looks young, but I know she's over 40 or 50, But that's the problem with the internet. She could be like, oh, I'm 37,
So what are you talking about? I'm 26.
But she is it wrong if I said the name of her YouTube channel?
No.
Her name is Chantel Oates. If you're ever bored, she talks about her dreams. She reminds me of the biblical guy, but she's just well spoken, and she doesn't come across as a crackpot, but if you listen to the words that she says, she's crazy.
She says the word so eloquently, though.
So I'll just say, like, I came to draw like a moral line, where I'll like, I'll go to a channel here or there or whatever, like certain. Oh, I'll just name some names too. So like Rev and Shani, like if you know them, fucking Revelation News, and they're covered by like Dragnaut and like all the folks over there and stuff. But
Everybody.
I did a little. I took a little clip of Rev, and then I felt guilty, and I went back and I was like, "Yeah, is anybody that I think is like legitimately maybe mentally ill? I'm probably going to step back from that." But at the same time, they got like a bunch of followers, and people are covering them anyway. I don't know, like I could still
That's
like
where
play
I'm at.
Mr. Nice Guy, but I'm not going to cover it extensively. Not like the Apostle Queen Belimsey. I think she's a total con artist. You know what I mean? Like I
That's what
think
I'm
you can
saying.
differentiate between them.
There's a fine line between that crazy lady you just mentioned and somebody like this woman. I feel sorry for someone who every time they close their eyes, they have a dream about Satan or hell. Like to me, that's like, whoa, you need to stop drinking coffee at night, bro, or stop eating Thai food before you go to bed or something. I don't. I'm weird. Whenever I eat Thai food before I go to bed, it gives me nightmares. That shit's weird. But what I'm saying is like, because and it's been I started my channel that I have now in 2018, but I really didn't start making content up until a year and a half ago. But like I've been watching her for 4 or 5 years. She has not deviated from her mission. She's
Being
constantly
cray the whole
saying,
time.
yeah, like I don't know. It trips me out, people like that. And there is that fine line because I was gonna do review videos, but then I was like, nah, I'm not going to. But like she would have been one of the people I would be reviewing, but then I feel like I would be exploiting her because she has like 5 or 6,000 subscribers. And to someone like me, that's a lot of subscribers, you know? But that's still not like me picking on Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland won't care. I'm just another drop in the bucket, you know? Or
Punching up
like,
versus punching
yeah,
down kind of thing.
yeah. You know, like her and I could see her at the taco place one day. I will never see Kent Hovind. I will never see these
Hopefully not. That guy's a
wackos.
piece of
Like,
shit.
you know, or Ray Comfort, he's crazy because Ray Comfort, I consider him mentally insane because he gets on a bicycle and goes through the toughest neighborhoods in LA
Isn't
with
the one
his
that
little dog.
the other banana was like the perfect fruit for man
Yeah.
because it fit in his hand?
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Yeah. That guy, an idiot.
He goes like I saw this thing a long time ago and I started going on his channel. He goes to South Central Los Angeles. He goes to Compton on his bicycle with his dog. And no one fucks with him because he's the crazy white guy talking about Jesus. He goes to neighborhoods that most people from LA aren't even welcome in, you know? So Ray Comfort he's not scared of anybody. I have a weird respect for him because no, I'm not joking. Like he goes to places on a bike, vulnerable. He's like 120 pounds. He's not a big dude. He's this little, just people probably think he's crazy.
To be fair, I think he is crazy.
All right, I guess I'm gonna end the stream. We can still talk after, but I know it's getting late for people and it's morning time in the UK. So good morning to the people in the UK. Do you guys have anything you want to shill?
No, just thank you for having me on.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, anytime. Well, I'm gonna sign off. I have had way too much coffee, so I'll be sleeping in tomorrow morning. I wish everybody a great night and always reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I'll see you next time. Rock out with your clock out.